Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
I'm here. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let me get some music going. FYI, I think I fixed my headphones. We'll see. We will see if my headphones are fixed. I've got backups. Actually, let me make sure these are charged. Oh, the pods are going to be charged anyways. Never mind. I do have backups if I run into a similar issue with my headphones again. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I gotta get up here in just a second because I can't manage to get my I can't manage to figure out my ADHD enough to actually prepare my hot tea before stream. Like I just end up getting it all done right before stream, and now it's just it's sitting on the stove. I'm used to a gas stovetop. And since we moved and it's electric, it takes a lot longer to boil water for tea. You reading off a script or are you presenting a slide of some sort? Yeah, I made a slide presentation. It's, let me see. Hold on. I mean, I'll show it for a second. We're going to go through it and we'll just kind of see how chat is. Like, I have no idea how long it's going to take just because. Oh, fuck yeah, Drewski. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much. Yeah, but, there you go. I mean, like, this is basically what we're doing, right? Oh, God, right. This is what we'll do after I talk to NonFon, right? And we'll go through all of these. See, it's all bullet points, right? So I have to go off of like memory and a bunch of videos I've watched and things I've read and articles I've done and things I've looked up, etc. But we'll go through all of that tonight. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm super excited. Let me go check my tea real quick and I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah, I just had to get my tea poured so that can steep. I'm trying to transition off all those because I've been eating a lot healthier, but I've been trying to transition off all those crappy fucking energy drinks. So it's like, you know, back to the tea, but like I can't just buy like Lipton tea. I'm too bougie with my need for flavor, I guess, you know. I need like good tea. I need to go back to the tea shop actually and get because they had a brand of tea, Russian Caravan, which was a black blend. It's almost had like a oaky leather taste to it. I loved it. I mean, obviously it's not that great by itself, but with like a little bit of raw organic honey and like a teeny bit of heavy cream, so good. NonFon doesn't understand why he uses postmodern ethical structure. He can be challenged on his grounding metaphysics. I don't know where the fuck this conversation's really going to go. I never heard of the guy until like a couple days ago, and then or like a couple weeks ago, I guess. And then he was talking shit on conservatives about tariffs, which is fine, right? I hate tariffs too. But he was doing like the typical like lefty like, China doesn't pay for it. We pay for it, you dumb fuck. And then like his like explanation was very like empirics based. And I was just like, dude, like lefties don't understand. You guys don't understand economics. Like you're right. Neither do fucking MAGA. MAGA's retarded about this too. But like, you know, I almost want to debate you against it just because of like how confidently wrong you are. Oh, hell yeah, brother. I appreciate it. I mean, we'll see if you're here later on tonight when I get to it. You know, maybe I'll bring you on or something, or bring some other people on. But I, you know, to talk about it or something. I like doing some of these presentations with someone to talk to. So if you're still on, or if, you know what I mean, like we'll see who's on, see who wants to maybe chat or whatever. You just hop in the Discord. It doesn't matter either way. I can do a stream to audience. It's not a big deal. Yo, what up, Crod? I'm so excited for tonight. Like I said, we gotta talk to NonFon first. You know, I gotta give content to everybody. You know. Also, despite how large the presentation is, it's not a full stream presentation, right? Like, if I get a really, really interactive chat and you guys are like super chatting, you know what I mean? Like, then like obviously, you know, it'll take a little longer, but I don't think it'll take that long. NonFon is intelligent but young and kind of reads off the DGG script. Yeah, sounds like most people in politics streaming right now, to be honest. I don't know if it's necessarily a debate or a discussion. Like I said, I didn't like write opening statements and grab a moderator. I was just like, dude, we got to talk. Like, let's chit chat. I'm a lot more conciliatory and relaxed when I'm in a 1v1 setting. Just because there's just no reason to jump down people's throats or whatever. It doesn't ingratiate yourself to their audience or to the person. It's bad for networking. So those are all the business reasons for it. Dude, I wouldn't, Grid, no offense, I wouldn't choose you as a moderator because you're just not impartial. If we were going to have a moderator, like, I'd need somebody that that does it off. I mean, I think you actually do panels and stuff with a lot of people often. So it's not really a skill issue. It's just like, it's a bias issue. Like if I was going to do it, yeah, I mean, of course you can be impartial. The problem isn't actually whether or not you're impartial, right? The problem is whether or not the other person claims you're impartial and their audience claims you're impartial because of your relationship with the person or your political leanings. And what this will do is this will make like everybody be it's the easiest cope that people have so that they no longer have to like engage with any of the arguments that you make and stuff. So it's like when I pick a moderator, for stuff like where I feel like I need a moderator, I do my best to find somebody that is opposing to my ideology. Like I love Prime Kai's as a moderator because nobody claims that like Prime Kai's is on my side and impartial, right? Like we might have a relationship, you know, no homo, but like nobody is sitting there thinking like, oh, he was doing everything he could to make the ANCAP win against like the typical lefty type shit, you know? Yeah, I was on stream. It was late. It was late at night. It was after Prime Guys, and I told him to DM you. After that discussion Monday night, very homo. Yeah, I was streaming until like 2:20 in the morning, and it was like to like 12 people. I don't ever stream that late, and it wasn't like, you know, I had missed a couple days anyways, so like, you know, it's going to take a while for me to build my audience back up and get back to regular streaming. But like, you know, not having streamed in a week because I was sick for a couple days. I was on your channel that Wednesday, and then I was out that Thursday. So like, is like I'd been gone for a week, at least on as far as my channel is concerned, even though I was on your channel Wednesday. And I was just like, after it, I was just like, well, let's talk about it. So I just ended up talking about like econ shit with like, who is NonFon? I don't fucking know, dude. I told you, it was like, I was on Twitter and like, he just seemed like you seemed like a DGG kind of person or whatever. And I was just like, I got to talk to this guy about why he's wrong. It'll be fun. I'm looking to see if I can find his YouTube. I don't know if he has one. Dude, okay. I understand when people say someone's a Destiny clone. Nobody is a Destiny clone anymore. Right? Like Destiny is so off the fucking rails that like there is no like Destiny clone. Like they're orbiters. No one got that jaw movement? Dude. It's fine. It's fine. If you want to build an audience, why don't you try making some edited videos? Bro, really? I have edited videos. It's just I'm not particularly talented at it. So number one, I'm ADHD. So like it's difficult for me to get a script together and to get the work done. It's a lot easier where I can give myself like an outline and I can read because I'm really interested in the reading and stuff. And I can research and I can like take some notes. But like the boring part of like editing and scripting, it's I mean, just being honest, it's like I could do it, and if I cared more, I would do it, and I probably should, but also it's just really difficult for me to do. Like it's a lot easier for me to like put some bullet points up, make some slides, make some presentations, and like, you know, and then just kind of riff and do it and engage. Whereas like the edited video stuff is, and like I said, I'm okay at fucking, I'm okay at editing videos. I can passably do it. But like there's so many people within the same field, you know, like like example, like Mentis Wave, right? Like in order to make a video like Mentis Wave makes, I would have to put in so much effort. It was just like, it would be so much for me to be able to do that. That slideshow for Prince William's War was interesting. I liked it. King Philip's War. Yeah, I'll be doing that Wednesday again. I'll probably tweak some things or whatever, and I'm looking for someone to come on Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. Right? Yeah, dude, makes sense. It's just that 3-hour videos are pretty daunting for the average guy surfing through the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but it's just like, I'm not particularly searching too much for people that find that daunting, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like if you don't want to watch a live stream, and that's majority of the content that I'm doing, I don't know how hard I should work to try and get you, because I'll get you for a YouTube video or two. Then you'll turn on the notification bell, right? And then I won't do another scripted video for 2 months. And then like you'll consistently ignore notifications and either unsubscribe because you don't want to watch that content, or just like undo the notification bell, or just like, you know, consistently not watch. And then that actually will hurt me in the YouTube algorithm, because like I haven't figured out what type of content. Now YouTube's a little bit better about that with meaningful content, figuring out what it is that people want, and like vertical stuff where you're kind of doing all different stuff. But even still, like if you gain people on one type of content that you don't do regularly, and then they ignore the content that you do regularly, it can be troublesome. I don't know, man. Editing is a lot. If I had an editor or something, that'd be one thing. But like having to do the editing myself, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not super talented at it. That's why I'm asking you guys once again, if you find something from the stream that you really like, that's funny, entertaining, poignant, crazy, whatever it may be that you think is entertaining and you like, clip that shit. Use whatever form of you know, clipping live streams that you want, and put it in the stream clips in the Discord. Join the Discord below or in the chat as you'll see it pop up. And that makes my job like 100 times easier to turn those into YouTube shorts. Right? Because at least then they're shorts of a stream, and people that are into streaming will see it and be like, oh yeah. You clipped me going to get tea. Right. Well, you know, I mean, put whatever you want in the stream clips channel. And, you know, we'll see what happens. Just so you know, I'm not making YouTube shorts of me just going to get tea. Oh, yeah, Rothbardi. I've seen that, too, where they look at, like, GDP from states. Right, yeah, I've seen that. And it's like the poorest, worst off states are like equivalent to like most of the G7 countries or whatever. Oh my God, will you stop with the... Are you guys hearing music? Yeah, there's music playing in the background. Is it too loud or something? Or is it like so quiet that it took you a while to realize that music was playing? Because I usually have like background music when I'm just shooting the shit. I mean, I'll cut it up a little bit. But I mean, it's really just there, so it's not dead silence when I'm not speaking, or, you know what I mean? So there's just a teeny tiny bit in the background. Oh, let me cut on fucking live chat instead of top chat. Fix that. Some of you guys are on naughty lists as far as YouTube is concerned. And then if I forget to click live chat instead of top chat, you'll be talking to me and like, I'll like see it pop up in like the chat window here and be like, where the fuck did that come from? Yeah, kind of my fault. You're using your monitor's audio. Okay. I really need everybody to donate to me so that I can continue making this content, but not Shrek eyes. Okay? Like, I really want you guys to donate. I appreciate your donations. Join the channel with a membership for only $4 or gift it to others. All super chats will be read no matter what. You can do text to speech from the direct downloads, and those things pop up either both in the description or in the chat. But not Shrek eyes. Shrek eyes needs to fucking... Shrek eyes, you need to save your fucking money because clearly the struggle is real. I don't want to see... I want to see donos in the chat. I do. I'm not begging for it, but I do want to see them. But I will be mad at you, Shrek eyes, if you donate to me. Like, because then I'm going to have to write it down and figure out a way to deny your donation, depending on how it is. Because you need to buy some fucking headphones or some speakers or a sound bar. Tea. This is London Fog. Is the name of this. Just a teeny bit of organic honey. Organic raw honey. I don't donate to things. I gave all my money to the Libertarian Party. Ooh. You are really bad at figuring out who to give your money to, aren't you? Wait, it's too difficult for you to... Wait. You have headphones? You just don't... Dude, just get up and charge the headphones. That is wild. All right. Let me fix my beard. That's how you know I was busy today, is that it took me a minute to fix my beard on stream. Commie logic response, that's exploitation of the workers, Oh, piss off. How dare you, sir? How dare you? But no, as far as you guys saying, am I reading off a script? No. Tonight's presentation is a slideshow, as I showed you earlier, but I do have an introductory script I will read. And that is just one that I have written for Heroes of Capitalism. NonFon is highly intelligent and has a stoic frame. All right. Wonder if the Rand Institute accepts donations? They do, but the Ayn Rand Institute needs to chill the fuck out because all their people are just like way too pro-Israel war right now, and it's really fucking dumb. I mean, I get that the head of the Ayn Rand Institute, Yaron Brook, is a, former IDF Jew that, lived in Israel, but like, saw my interview with Yaron? Yeah, that was a while ago. The moment I was slightly critical of Israel, like he just blocked me on Twitter. I was like, dude, we had that whole interview and it was like a really good interview, I thought, right? And that was when I was much less learned in fucking objectivist philosophy, right? Like, so I've come much closer to his side on that anyways. And the fact that he's just like, fuck you. Everyone must shill for total war by Israel is like, bro, sound like a fucking neocon. Don't believe Anson. About 90% of what he says is hogwash. The rest is a damned lie. I mean, I take people at their word, for the most part in chat. It's not like I'm actually believing it one way or the other. I'm just going with what's there, and responding. I will tell you this, though. When Little Bits gets here, because he usually shows up, don't believe Little Bits. He is an amazing troll. All right. Anson ran for local government. I mean, oh, cool. Hell yeah, dude. In Alabama, hell yeah. Yaron Brook is an idiot for pushing for authoritarianism beliefs while defending objectivism. Yeah. I mean, but him and, oh God, Leonard Peikoff are just very total war types, right? It's like if you're forced to if you're forced to fight a war, win it. And like, I do understand that philosophy, to a certain extent from like a pragmatic perspective. And the objectivists are, if nothing but pragmatists. But yeah, no, I think some of the things that they certainly fucking call for is just beyond the pale and antithetical to, obviously, to libertarianism and liberty, but even to objectivism, the way that they kind of like worm their ways into accepting such insanity. Grid is just upset that he couldn't hack it in a sport that just requires driving a car. Dude, that's so mean. It's very uncalled for, Hanson. It's so mean. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I need to mute this thread. Hold on. Every time I check my fucking Twitter, it's got like 20 notifications because like of one fucking comment that I had. I'm sick of retarded lefties' responses on it. All right, well, Stream Health, knock on wood, has been good the whole time. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I upped the output to 1080p and 8,000 bit rate. So it seems to look good. It seems to look fine. It looks like it hasn't been an issue going from 720 to that. I mean, my monitor was already at 4K, having to descale or scale it down. So, where's Mark, bro? I don't remember you. WACHE, watch. But Mark hasn't been here for a while. Mark is, like, if you want to know where he is right this second, he's on the other side of the apartment. Mark just graduated. He's a chef now. He works, doing catering and stuff. And is about to go to pastry school. Mark following those true passions. Yeah, I remember when he was trolling the fuck out of you and then donated out of nowhere. Yeah, dude, little bits donates from time to time and trolls. He's fun. Like when he first showed up, it was just like it was annoying as fuck. But I like little bits because I'll be honest with you guys. I'm here for you guys. I'm here for the parasocial relationship, right? But also I'm here because I want more money and more fame and more attention because I'm a greedy little narcissist person that thinks that my opinion matters when it probably doesn't matter that much. But nevertheless, I feel like I have some good ideas and I want to push them and I want to get paid to do it. And so as far as that is concerned, people like Little Bits that troll, but like aren't just trolling by being a dick, trolling by like pointed trolling and like calling out things. Dude, they bring people back into the chat because people that don't know get mad and start arguing with them and he's just fucking with them. And then you get this chat engagement and you can watch your viewers go up because the algorithm wanted to put you in front of more people because you have more chat engagement, right? Like if you type in chat, the more you type in chat, the more likely it is that like, that we get more viewers. Just the same way if you like the stream, right? We just started. There's 23 concurrent viewers. There are 12 likes. All right, boys. So 10 of you, all right, 9 of you are watching and you haven't liked the stream. And there was 5 likes when we started because the stream had been up for a while and people were waiting. So, you get $30 a month. We get weird parasocial one-way relationship with ANCAP, man. I get more than $30. I don't get much more than that, but I do get more than $30. I don't get paid like fucking Grid Motorsports over here, but I do get but you know, I need more. $30 is, it's not that low, but it might as well be. Does that count for unlogged watchers? So the back end of YouTube Studio is not quite as good as Twitch, right? Where like, you know, Twitch, you're capable of kind of parsing out the bots from the non-bots a little bit better. On the other hand, YouTube is a lot better about catching bots in the live chat and not reporting them as live viewers. Like Twitch is just full of fucking bots. Like you see so many people on Twitch with like 200 live concurrent viewers and like a dead chat. Or even like 500 in a dead chat. Whereas like you don't see that quite as much on YouTube. YouTube's just a little bit better about tracking them. Wait, what? I mean, just from memberships, independent from super chats? Oh, I don't know. I got to check now. What am I currently making in memberships? To be fair, Rudy, y'all got to catch up on Rudy's game. Rudy donates a lot of memberships. So let me see how many members I have. I have it won't tell me how many. I would just keep saying it's like it's geeking out on me. But I think I have like probably like 30 or 40 memberships right now. Somewhere in that range, like 35 or whatever. Some of them, you know, drop, like if I have to go through and see like which of the memberships didn't renew their membership and which did. I think it's like 30 or 40 somewhere in there. And those are $4 a piece. But then of course YouTube takes their cut. But I mean, like, it's not like back in the day when I was like doing pretty good on Twitch and I had like, you know, 200 to 300, subs, right? Like that was when I was making a decent little chunk. Creatix just had a baby. Yeah, I mean, she's been pregnant for a while. I mean, congrats, I guess. I don't know. Creatix is cool, I guess. I mean, she says a lot of silly shit. I don't know. I'm not like a big fan. I'm not really a big hater either. I'm just kind of like meh. Like maybe I'm a little bit of a hater, you know, but like not enough to have any strong type of reaction about anything about her. I'm just like, cool, whatever. If that makes sense. I'm just not a big fan of anybody that like got linked up and famous in like the Mises Caucus circle. You know what I mean? It's like she was doing stuff and that's fine, but then she kind of just like got on podcasts and was able to make content because of like, and like multiple times being on like Michael Heiss's show and with other people. And it's just like, oh, okay, cool. Attractive female enters scene. Immediately everyone cares about her opinion. And it's not like I'm like, what am I supposed to hate her because she got lucky? Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like she did anything wrong. I would have done the same fucking thing. But at the same time, it's just like, anytime I read her shit, unless it's about sex work, or like strippers or dancers or something, because she's like worked on a lot of burlesque shows and stuff, she kind of doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. But it's like, it's not like she's, you know, super fucking wrong and like, you know, pretending to be a libertarian when she's not. She is a libertarian. It's pretty obvious that she is. So it's kind of like, I'm just kind of like, meh, whatever. Creatix or Creatrix or whatever. She's just one of those people that kind of blew up, like I said, because like, you know, she was an attractive female, so she got a bunch of opportunities right when she decided she was going to have like a social media presence beyond just like random tweets. When do you plan to start? What are you talking about? Oh, start the presentation? What is this? Marcus over here sent DMing me some game. It's coming out or something. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk to NonFon here in a little bit. In like, what time is it? We're scheduled for 8 o'clock. So we're just like warming up. We're just chit-chatting. We're just getting people in here. And then I have no idea how long that conversation is going to be. Could be 45 minutes. Could be 2 or 3 hours, you know? Dude, I don't... See what I'm saying? Little Bits is here immediately talking about the fucking hot toddy. I don't drink, dude. I mean, I do, but like if I drink, it's like social occasional. I'm not like fucking trying to take a hot toddy on stream. Dude, if I took a hot toddy, like I would not make it through stream. I would just be like, all right, guys, I'm getting tired. And I'd be out. Especially without a fucking, without an energy drink now that I'm like transitioning back to tea. I don't have quite the same pump. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like pumped up on like random chemicals. It's just the caffeine. Scott, we all know it's a bunch of cup of scotch. No, dude, it's not. It's fucking London Fog black tea that I bought at Whole Foods, or not Whole Foods, Fresh Market, which is just like a knockoff Whole Foods. And like a little teeny bit of raw organic sugar. Scott is transitioning, just clipped. Bro. What's up, mad gentlemen? No, there's no beer in here. It's just water. Just water. And then I have my backup water because I like to double up on water. I got my Topo Chico. I like to say Spanish things aggressively white. I like to do the exact opposite of people that like randomly like inflect Spanish words or like just any foreign word. Like they're speaking in an English accent. You know what I mean? It's like they go to a cafe and they're like, "Oh, I love this cafe. They have the most amazing croissant." It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's a croissant. Like I understand in French is croissant. But like, you're in a cafe, you're speaking English, like just say it like a normal fucking person. So like sometimes I like to just like if I see a word in a language around other people, I like to like I'll be like, can I get a quesadilla? Can I get a cheese and chicken quesadilla? Just to really fucking like, you know, irk them in the opposite direction. What do I think about the apocalypse on Twitch? I think so. Here's my view on the apocalypse on Twitch. So first and foremost, I am obviously and completely against censorship. Even if it's private censorship, that doesn't mean I somehow magically support it just because it's a company's right. I'm still philosophically against the concept of censorship, right? I think even if it's horrible speech, it should be allowed on Twitter. Obviously, I think, you know, I think the best thing that, sorry, not Twitter, Twitch. I think the best thing that they could do is places that get flagged for like hate speech or whatever should automatically go into a category where they aren't on the front page. They're only in that category, the new category that they created. And then like that category, if you're in that category, you shouldn't be on the front page because it's controversial, right? So that I think that's a pretty happy medium. It is still kind of like limiting reach, right? But at a certain point as a business, you know, you don't want your fucking toothpaste commercials to, you know, be next to like legitimate white supremacists or like terrorists or some shit, right? Like it would like you do have to limit the reach of those things just to make money and like not be a problem. So that's part one. Part two, I think Twitch has shown over and over again that they are run by a bunch of incompetent lefties that were perfectly fine with, you know, supporting people like Frogan, you know, quietly doing absolutely nothing about Hassan, giving bullshit like, oh, we're going to get rid of the term Zionist. It's like, first of all, that's not going to do anything. Second of all, literally anybody can ban words in their chat. Like everybody that is anybody on Twitch has chat bots right? Like that bans certain words automatically. Like you have that control very easily over your channel. So it's just like, it's not even doing anything. Like if you don't want that word, just set up your chat bot to delete that word. So there's that. The next thing I would say is that Twitch is kind of created their own problem here because they don't have targeted ads. And not only do they not have targeted ads, they don't have ads that are quickly skippable. And on top of that, those quickly skippable ads and targeted ads, not targeted ads, they're blanket ads, don't allow you to kind of go backwards to where you were before the ad started. They have targeted ads by region. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like YouTube, and the thing is that they're owned by Amazon, so they have all of that data anyways. It's insane that they haven't invested the money in the engineers to be able to have targeted ads. So like YouTube doesn't have as much of a difficulty with adpocalypse anymore, because if you say controversial things that are like political and whatever, the algorithm's gotten pretty good at figuring that out and then putting you in limited visibility, limited ad availability, limited ad suitability. There we go. And by doing this, it deranks you in the algorithm, makes it harder for you to grow, right? My channel is basically in that category. Every single one of my streams is like limited, with like every now and then one isn't. And so by doing that, it allows them, when, Washington Post writes a fucking article, or, some streamer, tries to attack them by being like, to go after the advertisers, which is their money, and being like, you guys, your ads are alongside this and blah, 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 right? Like YouTube can be like, no, it's not. Like, yeah, that guy is in limited ad. Like, we don't put toothpaste commercials there. Yeah, he's getting My Patriot Supply and Shiwi underwear and Dr. Squatch, soap commercials, because those people told us they don't care, right? But it's like, but the non-targeted ads on Twitch make it to where if there's just one person that has significant viewership and is saying controversial things, all of their advertisers are at risk of their content being associated with it, and then being kind of like blackmailed and threatened by like journalists and streamers and kind of like, the cancel culture mob. So that's kind of my 3 points. Like in terms of this specific thing, like, yeah, the CEO of Twitch is an idiot that likes to watch hot tub streams and, probably doesn't like the Jews that much. And then of course the Jews are going after him and ADL and shit. And they just banned one of the people that was about to do an interview with Asmongold. It's just like, that's stupid, incredibly stupid that they do that. And they're just showing that they're incompetent in handling this over and over and over again. Right? Yeah, Rob Barty. Like the engineers at Twitch are terrible. I mean, they have refused to, like, as much as I dislike a lot that YouTube has done in terms of their censorship, YouTube has learned their lesson from adpocalypses and from the Streisand effect, I think, of, to do this kind of not, freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach thing, and figure out how to like manipulate their own algorithms and their ads so that they're not at risk of controversial things affecting their revenue. And like at a certain point, the business is, has to respond to the market, and YouTube is actually profitable, right? Like Twitch is like barely profitable and like sometimes isn't. And it's like, as additional platforms come out, it becomes an issue that, I mean, like look at Kick. How the fuck is Kick profitable when they're utilizing Amazon cloud services, right? Like they're using AWS servers. It's like, dude, you have another company that's paying you to use your services and your backend that is a Twitch clone, and like you still can't be profitable and you can't figure it out. Like it just goes, Kick is not profitable. It's coming from you, so I don't know that I believe you. From what I understand, Kick loses them a little bit of money, but because of the advertising and the gambling, they gain that back. but they have the largest gambling site backing it. Yeah, but like, it's profitable in the sense that they've tied it to another product and service that they're advertising for. YouTube is an important platform for Alphabet. Jeff Bezos didn't know what Twitch was just a couple months ago. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, Google or Alphabet, you know, whichever you want to say, like, understands the value of YouTube as a means of spreading propaganda. Yeah, AWS is so good, the fucking CIA uses it. That's how good it is. Do you think Twitch will remain a den of leftists after all these problems? 100%, dude. 100%. The problem with leftists trying to start their own platforms as compared to right-wingers starting their own platforms is that, like, censorship and catering to the sensibilities of a more offended target audience costs money. Right, like, you can't just blanket censorship. I mean, you can, but that also costs money in the sense that you'll just be constantly banning people that didn't break your TOS in any way, shape, or form. Right, so you spend more money to get better at censoring and be more accurate with your censorship, or you spend less money in your censorship and a lot more people fall through the cracks, and, like, you know, get mad because they got banned for no reason. But both of these strategies, when you're trying to target the left, is just like, it's not a good target market. There's a reason that right-wingers have been able to create Rumble and have been able to create, you know, take over and maintain, you know, X with a much smaller employee base. It's because censorship's expensive. One way or the other, it costs fucking money. Either, right? And it's like, obviously, you have to spend some money on moderation to stay within the bounds of, like, U.S. law or to get rid of, like, child porn and aggressive things. But, like, you can't, like, to be able to compete, you're going to have to spend more money than your competitor. And so you're going to have to offer something that's even better, of even higher value. And maybe the left gets so offended that they eventually get to the point where they value the echo chamber to such a degree that they're willing to pay for it in means in excess of, you know, places like Rumble and X. But I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. Because the problem is that in order for them to value it more, it's kind of like directly inverse to them needing more, right? So the more they value censorship in an echo chamber, the more they demand censorship, and the more expensive it becomes to keep up with the demand of your target audience, and the more you shrink your target audience. So it's just like, I don't see a left-wing alternative, you know, coming up to replace, you know, mainstream legacy places because they're not lefty enough, if that makes sense. And so if there is no left-wing alternative, then where do the left people that want, like, live streaming or want, you know, like a Twitter type thing go? Well, they just stick with the establishment. Like, Threads is doomed to fail. Blue Sky almost certainly is going to fail. Unless Blue Sky is able to, like, finagle taxpayer money or something, right? ADHD word cell? What is that? Are you just making fun of me? Hold on. Why is my... Hold on. What is Streamlabs doing? Streamlabs. I do not need... One of my... Is NonFon ready to go? Yeah, I mean, I'm about to take a quick piss. I'm just cleaning up the chat bot real quick. And then I'm going to go in there, hop in there, and see what's up. But first, I need to fix this chat bot. Or cloud bot. Where are you at? I think it is commands. And it's like my links. Yeah, socials. Get rid of that one because I already have it on a timer. So I do not need that one. There we go. It's a redundancy that's just clogging up chat. Bitcoin's about to break 100K. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is going up, and I'm happy about that. But for the most part, it looks like Bitcoin is just following the untracked M2 supply. Like, it doesn't look like Bitcoin is like soaring because of confidence in crypto so much as like it's people have gotten a little bit of confidence, and so it's just catching up to the inflation rate. Do you think Asmongold the bald man is a target on his back after shining a light on the matter? I don't want to say Asmongold's too big to fail, but like, you know, I'm sure he does, but like, what are they going to do? Ban him off of Twitch and then he goes to YouTube where he already has like millions of subscribers? It would just hurt their platform even more. They're more mad about the fact that he stopped streaming on Asmongold and started streaming on Zachrar without advertisements, right? Because he just doesn't need the ad revenue money anymore. And he just prefers that experience for people coming in, and so they lose a lot of money because he doesn't get nowhere near the subs to get rid of ad revenue, but he just doesn't care because he's, you know, because of his other means of finances. Let me take a piss real quick, and then we're gonna go hop in, see what NonFon's up to. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, let me go hop in there. Again, like I said, I don't even really know where this conversation is going to go. I'm just going to kind of wing it and have fun with it. I'm really way more excited about what comes afterwards. But I figured I'd chat with him and, you know, get some guys. Maybe I'll get mad and yell at him. Maybe it'll be super chill. We don't know. Peter's okay. All right, so let me pause the music. Let me turn this off. Let me do one of these bad boys. Look at that, boys. Behind the scenes. And then I guess I'll just chill here until he pulls me in. Actually, let me DM him. Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. There we go.
Yeah, give me a second.
All right. You live right now?
I am, yep. Are you? I think
Nice.
you are, right?
Yeah. I always,
Yeah, I got it.
I always treat like golden rule of any type of streamer or content creators to just assume that you're being recorded or live when you talk to literally anyone.
Yeah,
on the
obviously.
internet. You know,
Yeah.
like too many people, you know, got those Call of Duty live stream, Call of Duty lobby moments. You'll be like, I was in Discord with a friend. I didn't know. Yeah, you're an idiot.
Yeah, we have too many. We're not trying to lose our careers, our up and coming streaming careers, obviously.
It's all right. I say wild shit. I say all the naughty words. Just know that, and then we don't have to worry about it. Not on stream, obviously, but like I just, you know,
yeah.
I want people to know that, like, if there's ever a video release of me and they're like, you called someone a lot of homophobic slurs, I would just want you to know that there will be no apology video, and I will be like, yes, I did that. They were being that.
Yeah, listen, okay. We all got the 2019 Discord log somewhere, okay, from private servers that can't be released, okay. I swear, deleted user is not me. If that ever comes out, definitely not.
Okay, all right. Well, you got
All
tell
right.
on yourself now.
Well, you just told on yourself, but anyway, why are we? Well, first of all, tell my stream who you are. You can do that.
Oh yeah, I've been gone for a little while. I used to be really big. Well, not big. Why did I use that?
Wow,
word?
no
That is
need to
not what I
brag.
meant.
Nice one.
I did not mean that. I was just saying I used to be on Twitch and yeah, and so I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I am a hardcore libertarian. I am a right-wing anarchist, whatever position you want to, voluntarist, whatever. You can find me, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube, because you should probably get off Twitch. If you're on Twitch still, you're an idiot, I think, or at least if you're a conservative, and or a radical lefty at this point. Either one of those, you should probably get off Twitch. And you can find me on Twitter, same thing, Fabian Liberty.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm still setting this up.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So I think we I guess you want to talk about what the catalyst for why we're both in this VC right now.
Yeah, I was doing some trolling on Twitter. You know what I mean? I was looking around.
As we do. Yep.
And I saw you. I don't even remember because I don't care to remember the exact details or anything. Figure you're here now, right? Like, who cares what like the 2 sentence was? But anyways, I saw you on Twitter, and you were like, I don't know, rightly so, castigating some MAGA person or some righty on like their inability to understand tariffs. But you were like, I saw it and I got the impression, I was like, this dude is really pretentious and doesn't seem to have a full grasp of the economics of tariffs. And I was like, you're not wrong, but like you're missing so much. And it makes me want to like be it almost made me want to like devil's advocate this because there's just so much more there. And you were very confident in what appeared to be a very low resolution understanding of tariffs. And I was like, and then you were like, well, fucking enlighten me then, bro. And I was like, yeah, like I think the left has a problem, especially with an obsession with empiricism, an obsession on individual data points and first order consequences in terms of the way that they view the economic landscape, apart from, the axioms or the desires of government or their, what they find morally acceptable, right? Setting all of that aside, just purely from like a prescriptive position of understanding what is, not what ought be. That those are kind of like things that I think are really, really common and unfortunate in the way that we view economic things. And then I was like, whatever, fuck it, I'll come and chit chat about it. So like I don't really have a structure for this so much as because I don't really know you. I figured I'd get to know you and chit chat about a little economics or whatever, and you can pick my brain about whatever's going on, and or vice versa, and we'll just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, I don't have a particular structure either. So I guess the reason I'm smug on Twitter is because I feel like a lot of the like super pro tariff MAGA people don't match their conviction to their level of knowledge. So it seems like they are kind of vehemently pro tariff, but then if I ask them things like they'll say things like the money is like leaving our country when we buy like foreign products, and like that it just shows I don't think they can't describe to me like what the balance of payments is in that respect. So I guess that's the reason I'm fine being smug to them, because I feel like I've read a decent amount about tariffs by now. Obviously some of it is empirical evidence, which I can understand if you have a frustration with that in general, but usually when I go into these debates or whatever, we're kind of operating on the same framework of like this empirical evidence can have value. So that's the reason I'm usually fine with citing it, at least to some extent. It's usually they just they say it's all like liberal woke stuff, or they'll deflect to like some other thing. So like generally I try, no one's perfect, okay, to like match my conviction to my level of knowledge. So like I'm fine. Like if you bring up things here like you don't like empiricism or whatever. The left has too much obsession with empiricism.
Hold on. I think maybe we're misunderstanding what I mean by the obsession with empiricism, right? So what I would say is one can discover knowledge through empirics, right? But if we follow formal logic, right, and we understand the law of the excluded middle, right, something is either true or false, right? There is no such thing as a statement that is not either true or false, right? And reality and the laws of logic and what has occurred in the past are facts, right? Like, and so we attempt to ascertain these facts through empirics, right? And in hard sciences, there's not like a lot of problem with that, right? Like if I subject pure clean water, you know, in a clean room, right, where there's nothing else in the water, it's perfectly H2O, and I get it to 212 degrees Fahrenheit, it's gonna fucking boil, right? Like it's going to turn into gas, right? That is a fact of, or you know, that we have discovered through empirical evidence or through the scientific method, right? The issue that when I say that like there's an issue with empiricism and the obsession with empiricism is that economics is wildly different than that, right? Like the same is true of like psychology. It's a soft science, and there are innumerable. Right, there are innumerable factors, and it is impossible for us to isolate all variables, right? So what we do is we use empirics to kind of go, okay, well, the last 100 times we tried this, you know, this happened. So we have some certain level of confidence that if we do that thing, that 100 out of 100 times it happened, we have some level of confidence that like that's probably going to happen again. But of course, technically speaking, that's a hotshot fallacy, right? Like just because something happened 100 times before doesn't mean it's going to happen again. But that doesn't mean that like that you still have to engage in a world of unknown and kind of work off of probabilistic outcomes based off of those variables. Now, there is a problem with MMTers and Keynesians and even the Chicago School where they will I'm struggling to think how to put this. There's a problem where they will attempt to use said empirics to go against what we could know from a praxeological perspective, right? So like Paul Krugman getting a Nobel Prize in economics for saying that raising the minimum wage so long as it's done slowly has no downward pressure on the labor market. We know that's just not true. Like we can logically know that that's not true. That if you create a price floor where the price can't go below, that there's some level of voluntary transaction of labor and you know, services, you know, or you know, monetary trade for labor, that some of that is going to get priced out of the market. And if you price some of that out of the market, right, then what you've done is you've now created a larger labor pool. And if you've created a larger labor pool, then other labor positions that are in competition in similar situations have now become less competitive or become more competitive, which is obviously going to have a downward pressure on wages. Like he got a Nobel Prize for using empirics to say that something that is logically not true is true because look at my wonderful data models, right? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, that's kind of
well, I guess. I like the first thing I would ask with that, even if we assume that we can logically deduce a model, right, that can prove this as a matter of logic true, for, you know, a priori before we observe it, could we at least use like empirics to determine, like, for example, like how elastic the demand for labor, like how elastic do we think that is?
Well, so long as you say we think, right, you know what I mean, then it doesn't fucking matter, right? Like you obviously can use empirics to be like, we don't know, like we don't know what's going on, right? And so what do? Well, we gather a bunch of data and then we attempt to try and figure out what's going on. And it's our best guess. And that's okay that it's our best guess. We have to work in the world of best guesses. But if you can't isolate variables, then it's a best guess.
Fully disagree. Well, I don't fully disagree. It's a best guess, but like, you know, what my uncle's name is also my best guess. My family could be, conceivably, it is possible that my family is lying to me about my uncle's real name. I guess like if we have a number of studies, now I haven't done a deep dive in minimum wage or anything, but if we have a number of studies.
Yeah, there's just one example. You can use a different one if you know one better.
But well, I know a little bit about like some studies in tariff pass through. So like if we have a number of studies about like the pass through rate of Trump's tariffs for like all above 90% to consumers, like logically we can understand like why a tariff might have the tax burden might fall on the consumer. I would say
we don't
how
need
much
the
of it
empirics for that. That's purely like
Sure.
just purely you can use praxeology, right? Like if you
yeah.
Yeah.
But we couldn't we also like use empirics? I would say it's more of an empirical question as to like how much of the burden is going to fall on the U.S. versus China through lowering export prices. Like, aren't these empirically tested questions that could have some value?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by some value, right? Like you can use economic models based off of, as probabilistic as you can. And some models and some data is going to be more accurate than others, right? The further out you go, the less accurate it's going to get. And like, but you can generally understand, okay, a downward pressure is going to occur. And then we're going to use all of these metrics to try and estimate what we think that downward pressure is going to be, right? And it's perfectly fine to do that. But it's like, when I say that the left has this kind of obsession with empirics, which is what I was kind of saying before, is that like, for example, right, when Kamala Harris put out her tax plan and when Donald Trump put out, they both put out their economic plans, right? You had all of these economists coming out of the woodwork being like, well, Donald Trump's plan is going to cost us this much, and Kamala Harris's plan is going to cost us this much. And it's based off of this understanding of like, well, this is how much tax revenue will be lost by cutting taxes to this degree, right? And that is a wildly, hilariously dumb claim for any of them to make. I challenge all of those PhD professors and people who've been, studying and engaging in their job and workplace and economics to actually back up that stupid fucking claim. Right, because like we have things like the Laffer curve, right? Like sometimes when you lower taxes, you increase productivity. And when you increase productivity, you increase the amount of economic transactions that occur in the marketplace, and thus you increase tax revenue. Many of these same people said that the Trump tax cuts would lead to less revenue, and it turned out it led to more tax revenue, more federal tax revenue, right? So we gained
how do we
more
know
tax
that?
money. Well, because you can look at the budget, like the accounting.
We empirically test it, right? So like, isn't it where the peak on the Laffer curve is? Isn't this more of an empirical question?
Oh yeah. Oh, are you asking how do we know that the tax cut is what did that? Just the same way that just the same critique that I said before is valid from your perspective as well. It could be some other factor, right? But it still goes to my answer, which is if the economists are saying this is going to cost us money, and then in the future the opposite occurs, it could be the Laffer curve, it could be some other unknown economic variables, right? But it still goes to prove the point that is a wild and almost baseless claim of trying to use accounting as a means of economics, and they're just not the same thing.
I mean, I guess I'll mention a few things. One, I think like what you just said shows that empirics can have some value there. Like we can, like we do, even if we can logically deduce a model, the elasticity of the demand curves and all those models and the supply curves and where the peak on the Laffer curve, these are all, I would say, like empirically types of things where the burden of a tax can fall is something that we could know through empirical test. So I think
There's a problem.
I think those could change.
It's saying that you could know. You can't know. You
well,
just have a good
with
guess.
a high probability. I mean, I have a good guess again as to what my uncle's name is. Like, I'm obviously not saying that we have 100% certified knowledge of this, but if we do a number of studies of minimum wage and we all find that they have the demand curve for labor is relatively inelastic, then we could I guess that could change what we might view as like as maximizing social welfare, right? So if the demand curve for labor is very inelastic, then it could, in theory, be the case that increasing minimum wage, at least in the short term, could have quite a bit of benefits to people at lower cost.
Right, but I mean, you could also deduce the opposite, right? Like if you could, I mean, so the claim is that
can we deduce how
wage,
elastic the demand curve for labor is?
No, you can guess at it, and you can get relatively close to what it is likely to be. But again, you never know for certainty. You don't even know for certainty, even whilst looking in the past, whether or not that is the reason that thing happened, right? Like we can come up with all of this data on, you know, effects of the price of potatoes in Atlantis, but all we have discovered is the price of potatoes in Atlantis. We haven't actually discovered via empirics anything that is by default true about similar situations in other economic areas. Like, again, you can, through empirics, discover true things, right? But in order to discover true things through empirics, you need to be able to isolate variables, right? So again, you cannot isolate variables in an economy because value is subjective, right? There is no such thing as an inherent value to any one commodity, good, or service. It's held at an individual level. And then, of course, it changes over time, right? And we don't have an evenly rotating economy. And then we have all of the unknown factors that obviously change behavior, such as a new war or an asteroid or, like, you know, a housing crisis somewhere else, or, you know, a new diamond mine gets discovered in Colorado, right? Like you also can't predict the future and what all of those actions will entail, right? So you can't actually know anything from an empirical model.
I mean, I think we get, again, probabilistic outcomes. Like if we saw during Trump's first term, he imposed, you know, tariffs on China, and then we saw exchange rates appreciated against China. Like we could do a multivariable regression.
Right. Like you can look at it, you can do regression analysis, right? But I mean, like, again, that depends on how you do it. So I mean, like, you know, minimum wage is another great example of that, where, like, you know, the data that they used to use and the way that they used to look at minimum wage. They didn't call it minimum wage. What do they call it? What do they call it?
Wage.
No, it was called youth employment or something. Was the technical term, like up until like the mid 90s. And so, like, when you look at that, like the way that they used to do it is they used to compare like cities to the best of their ability, right? So they compare, like,
Sure.
you know, New York with like Chicago, and then track what happened when, you know, a minimum wage increase occurred in New York, and then compare it to Chicago because they had similar demographics. Now what they do is they try and utilize like nearby regions, right, to see if there's bleed over and effect in a nearby region, because they're more concerned that the culture will be the same. But they sacrifice the accuracy of similar demographics and economics for something that is similar in other ways, right? And like, that's fine, you know what I mean? Like, those are just two different models of doing things, but they capture different things, and they capture other unknown variables. But again, like, you can discover true things with empirics, but they're not true because of the discovery, right? They were true inherently before the, you know, they were always true as a fact either of, right. So it's like, I don't disagree that you can use empirics to make good guesses, right? What I'm saying is that you can't know things through empirics unless you're capable of isolating all variables. And even then, technically speaking, you know, that gets into like kind of the metaphysics of, like, you know, are you like an objectivist atheist, or, you know what I mean? Or are you a little bit more lefty in your leanings in determining whether or not you can ever truly know anything? I would lean towards the prospect that you can truly know things, that they aren't simply wrong just because other things prove them to be wrong, but they were right in that domain. And now you've kind of entered a new domain, right? Like, kind of like looking at, let's say, Newtonian versus Einstein physics, right? Like, Einsteinian physics doesn't necessarily prove Newtonian physics incorrect. It's just that we've expanded the domains of our knowledge so that we understand that, like, yeah, Newtonian physics work in this area, mass of gravity, right? Whereas, like, Einsteinian physics work in different domains, if that makes sense.
I don't fully disagree. I would just say, like, I think empirics would still have value there, because if we were able to observe, like, how elastic the demand curve for labor is, we could determine, like, if it is socially optimal to have a minimum wage or not. I also think it'd be valuable to be able to determine, like, what theories, you know, have more or less weight, or it's like, you know, the peak on the Laffer curve, like, where that is. I think that's a place where these where these models can be effective, can provide value. And then I would also again, just like back to the theory thing, like it seems like you're gonna hate me for this. Okay, I'm matching my conviction to my level of knowledge here. Okay,
I'm not gonna.
From my reading. Okay, it seems like Austrian business cycle should give us a like relatively like testable hypothesis of like, you know, a boom should have some prediction of how big the recession is, versus like a more like Chicago school plucking model would be like a recession should have some impact on how fast the recovery is. And it seems like to me, this hypothesis should be testable either way. And like we can observe this and we can do like a regression and observe like it seems like there is some relationship between recessions being able to predict the speed, how big a recovery is, whereas there isn't really any relationship between how big a boom is and how big a recession is.
Right. Well, the problem with the Austrian business cycle as a testable hypothesis is twofold. Number one, you kind of nobody has a capitalist economy, right? I mean, like we get really, really close in like Honduras, Prospera, but like even they pay a tax to Honduras, right? So that is kind of like a free market economy. And so when we talk about, capitalism or capitalistic economies, we're talking about mixed market economies, right? Like even America, which is one of the most capitalist nations in the world, right? Like we have our train industry is partially nationalized, right? We have massive amounts of regulations. We have the Food and Drug Administration. We don't have a free market in food or drugs. We don't have a free market in housing. There's housing regulations out of the wazoo. Like there's so many regulations and things of that nature that like when you're a term like just because something is logically true in a free market, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that is logically true in a mixed market economy where there are all of these other multitude of factors that have the capacity to step in, right? Like we just don't have a free market. Right? I mean, like you admit that we have a mixed market economy. Socialist, right?
I agree. Basically, every country is mixed market with very few exceptions, and most of the exceptions are probably more command economy than they are libertarian.
Yeah. Like literally, Prospera Honduras is like I think probably the only one, and even that one isn't perfectly capitalist because they still pay taxes.
Yeah, I guess I just to me, it is going to bring up a whole other thing. It feels like that theory then is basically unfalsifiable, which seems like a bit of an issue. And we can get now. We're going to get into whether empirics is falsifiable, but
right. So ask yourself, like, what does falsifiable mean?
Can be proven wrong by more either like evidence or observations, or I guess theory could in theory prove it wrong, but.
So evidence and observations is what is required for falsifiability? What if something is not logically sound? Do you need evidence if it's not logically sound?
No, sure. You could have a logically unsound argument or invalid argument, sure.
Right. So if something is derived purely from logic, how would you go about it in testing whether or not it is true or false?
You would try to find one of the one way you could do it, you could either find a way that the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises, or you could say one of the premises is unsound. But it seems to me intuitive that we could say one of the premises is unsound based on empirical evidence. But
how could you do that?
Well, if one of the I'm not aware of the exact way you deduce the human axiom.
You admitted earlier, right, that like your uncle could have a different name. You're really fucking sure that he doesn't have another name, right? Like you're like 99.9% or 99.9999% sure of his name, but you recognize that your ability to ascertain truth via empirics is not perfect. So you cannot falsify something.
Sure.
You can't falsify something via empirical evidence. It's every claim is unfalsifiable.
Well, we could find empirical evidence.
There's no such thing as a falsifiable claim that you test via empirics, because you can never actually know with perfect certainty that whatever it is that you are doing to test it is isolated You're only observing through time whatever experimentation that you're running. You could again, it's a hotshot fallacy, right? Like I could test your claim 10,000 times and it's true or false every, like perfectly true 10,000 times. There's still an ever so slight chance that it's false, right? And vice versa. I could prove it false 10,000 times and there would still be an ever so slight chance that it's true. So like this kind of like Popper's kind of, revolution in falsifiability via empirics is not in and of itself logically sound, which is the primary means by which you would determine whether or not something is true or false is going to be whether or not it is logically true or false first, right? And if it's not logically true, I don't need any other evidence to try and come to some probabilistic understanding of whether or not it is true. If someone says A equals not A, for example, right? They violate the law of identity. I don't need to test it in a lab to determine whether or not what they said is true or untrue because they've already violated the law of identity. They have claimed a contradiction is true in reality. And so I just automatically know that they're wrong without having to go to the evidence. The empirics and the evidence is to survive in this world. We gain a corpus of knowledge of probabilities of things that are true. And then we build upon those things. Sometimes paradigm shifts happen.
I don't know if I see as big of a problem with like knowledge being probabilistic as you do. Like I would agree, like all this knowledge is probabilistic. We can have, I'm more certain of my uncle's name than I am certain of the fact that tariffs cause exchange rate appreciation, but I'm still relatively certain that broad tariffs cause exchange rate appreciation. And I agree. We agree on that point, but
no, I think I only have an issue when you claim to know something is true based purely off of empirics, number one, or when you value empirics. And when I say you, I mean one. I don't necessarily mean you specifically.
Sure, yeah.
When one says, I know this is true, especially about something like economics, right? Because of this empiric evidence, it's like you're doing silly talk, right? Like the right thing to say that isn't logically nonsensical is we've tested this a bunch of times and it seems like this seems to be the pattern. So I'm going to assume that this is true because all the best evidence points to this being true. That's a perfectly valid claim, and it is almost certainly a true claim, right? Is that, all of the best evidence points in this direction. And the models that we've developed and multiple other models have been put out there, and people have tried to disprove this with other models and other data, and it comes in true basically every time. So we're pretty fucking certain that this will happen, right? That's a perfectly valid economic claim. What's wrong is when people say that it is true. But I think that's the first crux of the problem of how the left often talks about economics. When I say the left, I'm also including many Republicans in this as well, right? The government intervention socialist. We're going to fix the market economy with our central planning, which is not necessarily unique to the Democrats or anything. That's kind of the first problem. It's like once we get past that and we have an understanding, then you can kind of move into the problems that are built from the original problem, the philosophical foundation.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about that, but I guess like most of the time when I make claims about these things, I'm referring to probabilistic outcomes. I'm not saying I know 100% that tariffs are going to fall more on the consumer than on China or whatever. I'm just saying probabilistically, it seems like there's a good chance that when we implement these tariffs, they're going to fall more on the consumers in America than they are in China through reducing export prices. I just don't.
Yeah, it's like when someone says women do this, and then someone shows up and is like, not all. It's like, dude, it's a generalization. Right? I'm not saying literally every fucking woman does this, right? I'm just saying like, hey, tariffs do this, and it's fine, it's okay, right? That is a kind of a problem just with our language in general, right? Like we have to compress our language. Can't necessarily be perfectly philosophically accurate when colloquially speaking.
Yeah, I guess there's this isn't an area that I've done a ton of reading, just because usually when I go to conversations with people, we're both approaching it from like the same framework. So I'm like relatively neutral on this, but I'll say,
I'm willing to engage in internal critiques. It's fine.
No, sure. All I'm saying is I'm not convinced that you can fully logically deduce human action, and I'm not convinced that synthetic a priori claims really make sense. I'm not convinced of those two things, but like I haven't done a ton of reading on them, so I'm relatively neutral on that.
Okay, so let's start with one. You cannot logically deduce human behavior. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not.
That's claim
I'm
one.
not convinced that you can logically deduce the human axiom.
Okay, and which of the axioms? So starting off, we want to start off with, man acts rationally. Do you have an issue with that? That every action that man takes is rational.
I don't know if I necessarily have an issue with that, but I don't know if you can deduce that from the laws of logic.
Okay, so you're saying that from the laws of logic, you're not sure that we can deduce that man acts. So sure, you could say it depends. I mean, if you were to if we were to play funny with like the words, right? And we were to say man in this regard, and then we were to include individuals that weren't conscious beings, I guess you could say that, right? But the logical throughput here is, the axioms that undergird that, if you will, right, is that humans are conscious creatures. I think we can
I would accept that. And
right?
again, I don't really disagree with the premise that humans act rationally, or even that humans act with intent towards a goal. Although I have some complicated beliefs on free will.
Right, human action is an axiom, right? It's not logically deduced starting from.
I thought the
theory of human action,
sure,
human action is an axiom, right? So it's like, if humans act rationally, here we go, right? So the question is there any way to dispose of that action, of that, right? It's very similar to existence exists, right? Ayn Rand's unavoidable axiom, right? Because to argue against existence is impossible, right? Because if you're arguing against your own existence, you're doing so within an existence where you wish for someone to believe that what you're saying is true, or at the very least performing in an existence, right? So how does one avoid the axiom that existence exists? Similarly, how does one avoid the axiom of human action, which is that man acts according to his will? Is there a way for you to act in discordance with that, right? Like, you have a desire, like, how would one do so? How would you argue? Because the very process of arguing would be a rational action based upon your own will, right? You could not formulate an argument without recognizing that in order to do so, that man must act in accordance with the will, that they can't, like, I mean, unless someone shoots you with like a robot gun, right? Like, but then you are being controlled and coerced in some way, right? You have lost your capacity to actually act on your own.
I mean, I would agree again with like the premise that, or the axiom that, like, at least in the short term, humans act rationally according to their will. I'm fine with accepting that. But my understanding is that there was some way, like, a lot of Austrians would try to deduce this from like the basic laws of logic, and it wasn't just a like accepted axiom. I thought they actually tried to deduce it. Maybe that was my misunderstanding, though.
I mean, you're going to find a lot of people doing a lot of things in that regard, right? I don't really I feel like I'm already in a conversation that's like deep and heady. So I don't know that I want to start with existence exists, the three laws of logic, then Habermas's performative contradiction, and then, engage in argumentation ethics as put out by the primer, and the latest primer, 96, I believe, by Hans Hermann Hoppe, and then get into a theory of conflict and like deduce all, like there is a way to deduce the non-aggression principle from logically speaking, and then there is a way to deduce, justifiability of conflict avoidance in terms of ethical systems and frameworks. And then from those things, you can then kind of like undergird a necessity for human action. I think it's way easier to just say, in order to, like, it is an axiom, take the axiom or don't take the axiom. If you choose to avoid the axiom, in what fucking way are you going to make an argument that man doesn't act according to his will? Like, you can be you can say it's deterministic, right? You can be a determinist and say that they lacks that choice. But like even if you are a determinist in that regard, there is still a desire or will coming from that individual that they are acting upon. There is just this claim that the chemical processes in your brain, etc., of like the precursors to that have created that desire or that will to begin with anyways. And so it's like, you know, we can get into the debate of free will versus that in that regard, but either way, the outcome is still the same, right? Because like the argument of the determinist and the argument of the person saying man acts rationally are both saying that they have a will and they act in accordance with their will and desires. The determinist would just say that those will and desires are shaped by nature, you know, and chemicals and, you know, the long chain of events that led up to it.
Yeah,
So I
sure.
just, like,
I would agree. Humans,
it's like
humans
it's
will
like you take
only
the
ever
axiom.
do things because they want to or because they are forced to. I would agree. They act in accordance with their will. But I guess like my point there is just if you're like claiming to know something as like a law of logic, you shouldn't just do like the, you know, accept the axiom or reject it. And if you reject it, there's, you know, the intellectual price tag of doing that. It's just, if you're saying you know something, you know, in your sense of knowing, then you should be able to logically deduce it, and maybe you can do that.
Well, the logical
From what
deduction
I've
is
read,
by the
I'm
logical
not
deduction is
convinced
by
we can do that.
negation, and pretty much every philosopher would agree that by negation we know truth, with the exception of Hegel. But I mean, Hegel denies the existence of reality and attempts to square that as a rational argument. It's simply not. But nevertheless, but I'm just, you know, steel manning to the best of my ability. Yes, Hegel is the only, like Hegelians are the only ones that deny that humans act rationally based off of their desire. But there is no logical justification for it. I mean, other than the primacy of consciousness, and the primacy of consciousness is circular logic, whereas existence exists is an unavoidable axiom. Where the primacy of consciousness is it's true because I say so. Right? Whereas the logic of the existence exists is an unavoidable axiom, or that man acts rationally, it's true because it's not possible to argue that it is untrue. It's impossible to do so.
I guess
to do so becomes a contradiction.
When you say, when you say by
this is
negation,
not where I thought this was going, by the way. I thought we were going to mostly talking about tariffs.
I mean, we can
let's chill.
We can talk about that in a second. Sure. No, I mean, I didn't have any structure for this or anything. I was just and again, I'm like relatively neutral on this. These are things I'm just not convinced of. So when you say it's proved by negation, you're saying that that is a deduction, though, right? You're saying you can deduce it from the laws of logic by negation, right? So that is
that's why it's an unavoidable axiom. Like the theory of human action and existence exists are both unavoidable axioms.
Well, I'm writing that down so I can read more about it later. Okay.
yeah, check it out.
Okay. So there's another thing I'm not convinced of, which is the a priori synthetic claims. It seems like I think you might have heard this example before. Like, you know, Kant said Euclidean geometry, you know, was like a synthetic a priori claim, and then like I think we found out that's not really true. The universe is curved or whatever the fuck. Like I'm not convinced of these claims, but I'm open to looking at it.
Okay. So like which I'm trying to think like where I want to go with this. I don't know that I want to get into methodological interventionism. Okay, so you're not convinced that an a priori synthetic claim can be true, or that it is always true. Okay, but I mean, like, one could make one that is untrue, right?
Sure, I guess. Oh, you're gonna say, yeah.
Well, So why could they not make a claim that is true? Why is that not possible? I'm confused by the question.
Here, I shouldn't say it should. I shouldn't say it precludes the possibility of it being true. I think it's possible that it is true, but I don't know. I guess I'm not convinced that they can be proven true without more reasoning behind it, without empirical observations. Does that work better?
Okay, right. So just for the record, right? Like we're getting into Kant, which isn't really anything to do with libertarianism. Right, like the synthetic claim here, at least from I guess Kant's perspective, would be if A then B in terms of like economic models. So that's kind of like what you're saying, like, you know, going back to the minimum wage claim, like if a price floor is increased, then B. You're saying you're not sure that whether or not that can be proven logically true, that you would need empirics in order to determine whether or not that is true.
I mean, I would say, I would say if the empirics observe that that isn't true, then the a priori synthetic claim is probably false.
Probably is doing a lot of work there, right? Like probably is carrying over the fact that you haven't proven it.
I mean,
to be
we
true
can
or
know
false.
we can know with X% certainty, X% higher certainty that it is false.
Right. So, but that's the issue. Is like, so when we stick with if we assume that human action is true as an axiom, right? Because it's an unavoidable axiom. And then let's say let's move into minimum wage, right? So man acts rationally according to his will. And so a man is going to trade goods and services, based upon the subjective theory of value, right? So we can logically know that if man acts according to his own will, we know that if I have $10 and you have a widget and you want my $10, you value $10 higher than you value the widget, right? And vice versa. If I value the widget more than my $10, all things being equal, right? So it's like there isn't like a trust issue here. There isn't I don't right. You don't value it like $9.99, but you devalue the physical act of lifting your arm at more than 1 cent. Therefore, you don't make the trade, right? But like all other things being equal, that the trade will occur because of the subjective theory of value, right? So that is an a priori, or at least from Kant's perspective, that would be an a priori synthetic claim, right? But I can know that is logically true because I know the preceding things are true.
If we're capable of observing human action, and we observe that an increase in the minimum wage doesn't lead to any increase in unemployment, I'm not saying studies show that. I haven't looked into it too much. But if we observe that this doesn't in fact happen, I think that observation of human behavior probably means more. They probably took a misstep somewhere in the logic of trying to deduce this stuff.
Well, no, I don't disagree, right? I don't disagree that you can utilize empirics as a means to question the logic. But the problem is that the empirics don't prove the logic false. Right? They just if you believe something to be logically true, right? And it is and there's like a contradiction in reality, right? Which is to say that like it's always false every time you check it.
I was
right?
going to say we might want to prove a contradiction.
Well, you can't prove a contradiction, but you certainly might want to reevaluate.
Sure, yeah.
Right. You certainly are going to want to reevaluate your logic there, right? Because it is also true that people could believe something is logically true, but it's not logically true because there's been some fault in their logic, right? I mean, Francisco d'Anconia or, Ayn Rand or, all of the other people within Atlas Shrugged, right? Like, contradictions don't exist in reality. If you believe that you have discovered one, check your premises. You will find that one of them is false, right? So it's like, if empirical evidence is suggesting over and over and over and over again something that ought be logically true according to your thinking, and it turns out to be and it turns out over and over and over again that it's shown to not be true in practice or in theory, then something is potentially wrong with your logic, right? You can guess that. You can go like, man, something's pointing to the, like, maybe I missed something, because human logic is infallible, but humans' ability to adequately determine whether or not something is or isn't logical is fallible, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing when like Thomas Aquinas talked about, contradictions between reality and the Bible, right? It's like, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, or logos, right? Like the breath of life, logos, the capacity for reason was gifted to man. And so if there's a contradiction between the Bible, which is presumably the Word of God — I'm an atheist for the record, but I'm just utilizing the argument for argument's sake, right? If the Word of God is infallible and you go out and you discover something with science, right? Well, then either your scientific method is incorrect, your data is incorrect, or your interpretation of the Word of God is incorrect. It doesn't mean that the Word of God, at least as far as he's concerned, is actually fallible. It just means that you had some incorrect interpretation about what the message of the Scripture was supposed to convey, et cetera, right? Similarly, you could say the same thing about logic here, right? Which is, just because I believe something to be logically true doesn't necessarily mean that it is. It is true or false, independent of my belief in its truism or its falsity, right? So I mean, like, I don't disagree that it's valuable, as you keep saying, right? To take empirical evidence, and when the empirical evidence stacks up over and over again, to challenge our presumptions, right? And to look and see, like, well, what's going on here? Because one of these is missing something. Either the empirics is like missing variables and data and things that we can't track, and we should look for it, or vice versa. It's the logic.
I guess okay. Here's the issue. It's I mean, I haven't talked to like many Austrians, but it seems like, for example, like when I brought up the Austrian business cycle theory, we kind of just try to find, I don't want to call them excuses, is a harsh word, but we try to find reasons why the empiricism is more flawed, and we don't like try to challenge the logic as often. Like, it seems like there are these testable outcomes that these theories would predict, and it just seems like people try to resort to sort of, I mean, you resort to the fact that, like, we're a mixed market, which I agree, we are a mixed market, but I don't see a reason why the fact that, it is true that the size of a boom doesn't really predict a recession, but the size of a recession does somewhat predict the size of a boom, that even though we are a mixed market and not a totally free market, that shouldn't at least cause us to, reevaluate things, especially when other models show that, the plucking model or other like post-Keynesian business cycle theories seem to be more accurate.
Again, it's if you have a model with some level of predictability, probabilistically speaking, and you seem to see a pattern emerge from your model, right? And that model contradicts something that you've logically deduced purely from logic, okay? It is true that one of them is wrong. That is true, right? One of them is wrong. We can agree to that, right?
Sure.
Either the model's predictions are incorrect, or the logic is incorrect. Okay. Now, but if you attempt to use the empirics as proof that the logic is incorrect, then you have made a grave mistake in your thinking. You've now moved into the realm of irrationality, of non-thinking, of non-reasoning, right? If you instead say, I challenge the logic because I'm seeing all of this evidence that what it is that you are claiming, logically speaking, is untrue, right? It's perfectly fine to then go back and review the logic and see if you can find any weakness or any flaws or any things that there are different variables that could explain why there's a leap in the logic, right? Like we say A equals C, and you're like, but there's this B variable that hasn't been accounted for. There was a logical leap from one to the other. But if you can't find a logical leap in it from one to the other, then you haven't proven it false, right? You've just proven that either one of these two things is false. Empirics cannot prove logic false. That's just not like it. That's just like a complete category error. They're like two different ways of knowing. Logic is one that if your logic is true, it is true. It cannot be. You cannot have something deduced from logic that is false whilst the logic holds it true. There's a flaw in the logic, or it simply is true. You cannot use observable data to prove logic false. It's just not possible.
I mean, I don't fully disagree that we can't use it to, prove it false. Like, obviously, if the logic is true, I would agree. Like, logically, it's true. One of these things have to be false. But like, if I guess like if we have like a few different models that show that like this Austrian business cycle theory like clearly lacks explanatory power, but we can draw up a model of like a post-Keynesian business cycle theory, and it does seem to have more explanatory power. Even if maybe the Austrian business cycle only applies in a total free market, like why would I not at least put more weight in the post-Keynesian business cycle theory in predicting the future than I would the Austrian business cycle theory?
Well, no, I didn't say that the I want to pause. I just want to be very clear. I didn't say that it must be in a perfectly free market. I'm simply saying that if it is predictive of the human behavior, but if you interrupt and you stop the market from behaving according to the principles of people, according to the desire and wishes of people, you're going to get some form of different outcomes. Now, let's give an example, right? So let's say the Federal Reserve during a bust, right, engages in quantitative easing, right? They purchase up a bunch of assets as a mean to create asset inflation, right? And to like remove.
Well, usually it's to change long-term interest rates, right? That's my understanding. But sometimes, yeah, it's used to stabilize asset prices. But sure, okay.
Well, right. I think because is probably the wrong way there. I just mean like that obviously causes asset inflation. If
sure, it does. Yeah. Sure.
I didn't mean to say like that was the logic behind it, right? Yeah. So and then you apply and then you go, oh well, we came up with this model, and this model seems to be more predictive than the Austrian business cycle. It's like, well, is your model what is your model capturing? Your model cannot capture all details, right? Like your model is leaving data out. And one of those data points might be that inflation, for example, that is, held up in one form or another, doesn't necessarily instantaneously, hit the market. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
It takes time. It takes time for different inflationary actions to necessarily balance within the market. So just because you're measuring a boom and bust over like a 2-year period,
money to first.
Right. So it's like we might measure a boom and bust with one model, right? And go, well, it seems the boom was actually better than the bust in this 4-year period where there was a 2-year boom and there was a 2-year bust, right? But the problem is like, what is the bust portion of like inflation that's just kind of sitting out there somewhere? Right, the market hasn't necessarily adequately, like our models for understanding what the inflation is by like looking at the consumer price index and looking at all these different indexes are always missing data, right? So, for example, we look at CPI. There's like a calculation. I think it's like 7% for assuming an increase in quality of goods, right? Because a car made in 1990 is not the exact same car made in 2024, right? Like the car is safer in 2024. The car has better acceleration. It gets better gas mileage. It has different features, right? So you can't really compare a car in 1990 to a car in 2024 and be like, well, this is the inflation of cars because we're not actually measuring quality. So we kind of try and guess quality, but quality is a subjective.
Hedonic adjustments. Yep. Yeah.
Right, but quality is a subjective assessment, right? Some people really like gizmos in their car. Some people don't like gizmos in their car. Some people like gizmos in their car during the summer because they like having the windows down and blasting the radio, and they like a better radio, but they don't necessarily care about it so much when they purchase a car in winter because the windows are going to be rolled up, and so you don't actually need as nice of a stereo system. So all of these things change over time, and they change at an individual level. So we guess inflation. We don't know what the inflation rate is. We just kind of utilize a bunch of things to determine kind of what it is. At the same time, Kraft mac and cheese in 1990 didn't used to be full of a bunch of poisonous ingredients. But Kraft mac and cheese in 2024 has got like yellow dye and a whole bunch of other preservatives in it that like didn't exist before. Now, you might say that that's, you know, that they're still relatively similar products, but I don't think it would be a controversial claim to say that Kraft mac and cheese's quality of ingredients has gone down, whilst potentially the manufacturing and, you know, shipping, et cetera, of the product has increased in capacity, right? So it's easier to ship Kraft mac and cheese around, et cetera. So there are all of these variables that are impossible to measure because they're based upon value, which is subjective. So it's like the idea that you have a model that is not based in logic and you utilize the predictability of said model, and then you go, well, I looked at these other measurable things, except they're not perfectly measurable. They're other forms of guesses about what is occurring. And then going, but my model seems more predictive than your model based off of the data that we're using that is imperfect and we know is imperfect and doesn't actually adequately track price. It's fine to look at your model and say, hey, my model seems to have some level of predictability. But to utilize that to say that it's better than another model that is based purely off of logic, and you can't defeat the logic of it, or you can, maybe you can, that's totally different, right? But if you can't defeat the logic of it, then what you're really showing is my model works with my fucked up collection of data, and not my model is more predictive, right? Like you're missing data, right? Again, contradictions don't exist in reality, right? If it is logically true, then it is true. Period. There's no amount of data or evidence that can point towards it being untrue that makes it untrue. It simply is true because it's true.
Sure. So, I mean, I agree. Like, listen, I'm no fan of CPI, okay? But I agree, like, again, we can't know all of these things 100%. Like, it's probabilistic, and like different inflation measures track different things. And to some extent, you know, value is subjected. But I think they try to account for like how much quality changes affect the price. So they're trying to account for like, you know, they're looking at the price, which is how much everyone as an aggregate subjectively values these things. So I think that's how they account for that. But yeah, I guess
they try. I mean, like it's like I don't begrudge Chicago School or any other, you know, economists attempting to try and understand things by looking for patterns and data and trying to get the data as close as possible as we can, right? But I mean, like, it's the same reason that the economic calculation problem exists. It's the same reason why central planning can't compete with the market, is because, you know, the attempt to discover information costs money, right?
Sure.
The attempt to discover price and potential future price costs money. And the more you try to get more and more accurate, the more money and the more resources it costs to ascertain that data. And you kind of do like a risk benefit analysis, right? Where after a certain point, you're not going to, because like if we wanted to know inflation of Kraft mac and cheese, right? We could take literally 90% of all of the funds that every single human being in America makes, and we could devote it towards this problem. And we would get way fucking closer in understanding Kraft mac and cheese and the price changes. And we would have way, way, way better data because we spent trillions of dollars to discover this question, right? But what would be the trade-off? And the trade-off would be like economic ruin and collapse, and like all of the social services that we use being dried up, and like, you know, a market that doesn't like it would be disastrous. It would be like apocalyptic, right? So like we go, well, how much money, how much are we willing to spend to discover knowledge in this domain? But we ought understand that knowledge is imperfect knowledge.
Hey, listen, tell that to all the MAGA people who defend tariffs, and tell them that the government does not have the information required to know what jobs
You think I don't,
what
brother?
jobs should be overseas.
You think I don't, brother? Like I shit on MAGA for the tariffs all the fucking time. I find that both the left and the right have pieces of the truth when it comes to tariffs, and they lean in really hard to like their pieces of the truth, just from a logical perspective, right? Not like from an empirics-based perspective, but just there are things that can be logically deduced as true from praxeology. And like people only take portions of that. So like I hear from the right all the time, oh, well, China pays for it. And then I hear the left go, no, they fucking don't. The American importer pays for it. And it's like, well, both are fucking true, obviously. Like,
yeah, there's some incidents on both, yeah.
Well, like, obviously, technically speaking, the person who pays the import tax is the person that is importing it, right? But China pays in the sense that there's a supply and demand equation. And if I'm selling things and all of a sudden they become more expensive to sell them, then all of a sudden you have incentivized by artificially increasing the price of a good that it comes from an outside region. You have incentivized new players to come into the market because of the higher price, and therefore you're going to have this supply and demand situation where there is internal supply at a lower price, and either China is going to have to figure out how to lower its prices and to be able to compete, or they're going to have to figure out where to sell it elsewhere, right? Like that is, or they're going to have to cut manufacturing. But in all of these instances, they pay for the tariff, and we pay for the tariff. We all fucking pay for the tariff.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I agree with that, and I point it out to people as much as possible. I just like, obviously, I think there are quite a few people out there who like literally believe that China is somehow paying money to the U.S. Treasury, or that like U.S. consumers bear literally none of the burden of the tax because China subsidizes 100% of the export cost. And again, I do think this is an area.
I believe that, yeah.
Yeah, sure. And this is an area again where I think empirics are probably useful for trying to determine how big the incidence is on either country. Do we agree empirics could be used here at least? Because this is an area where I do cite empirics quite a bit.
Well, I think I would go further even than that, which I think, empirical evidence is perfectly fine for attempting to guess, right? It's only when you make a truth claim based off of empirics that it becomes problematic, right? Like what you can use the logic, right, of the theory of human action in regards to, individuals being rational and looking at what pressures exist, but trying to guess what those pressures will be in an economy that's constantly changing is an impossibility to guess with any certainty, right? But we absolutely can look at and should look at previous data, to the best of our ability to try and determine what the potential backblow is going to be from these things. But again, it's just so long as you're not making a truth claim, it's fine. Who cares? Like, yes, give me the data. Sure. Let's try and figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, great. I guess okay, without I don't want to retract the whole empiric conversation about the whole truth claim stuff. So I'm curious, what did you want to talk to about tariffs then? Or what did you expect to be talking about tariffs?
I have to go. I mean, I would just assume that's where the conversation would naturally flow because that was the inception of the conversation in and of itself. But I was willing to be a springboard about it. One of the things that's like, so tariffs are bad, right? Tariffs harm. Everyone is harmed by tariffs to some degree, right? We don't know what that degree is, but we know that everyone pays a price for the tariff. The consumer pays a price. The producer pays a price. Even the manufacturer, who logically pays the least price, right, which is the individual that goes into a market because the price has been artificially raised, that wouldn't have gone into the market, and or the individual that ups production because the raise of the price has made their goods more competitive, right? So like their widgets, we put a tariff on widgets, in Americans that aren't utilizing the tariff, right? Well, they're paying tariffs on whatever it costs to produce the widgets, right?
Yeah.
But if the widget itself also has a tariff, right, then there are some people who will enter the market and begin manufacturing in America as opposed to other countries, because of the fact that the price has been artificially raised. And then there are people who are already producing the widgets who can now, up their manufacturing or, potentially increase their price even, so that they can make larger profit, right? Obviously, in situations like this, it's almost certain that the business would be better off decreasing price, right? So that they can increase rate of profit. So that that would probably be the best business decision for most individuals there. But I mean, again, it depends on the good and the goods that we're talking about, right? The problem that I have with many people's understanding of tariffs, especially, is understanding if we're in a trade war. And we kind of already are in a trade war with China and Europe on many goods and many services.
Yeah.
And so tariffs can absolutely, and I don't think Trump talks about this way at all. And neither does J.D. Vance, but J.D. Vance writings do, which is very interesting. So it's something that I think Trump and J.D. Vance sold this more to the stupidity of the voter base, in very, very simplified terms, because they know that most people aren't going to understand tariffs no matter what.
Right.
Left, right, center.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what your politics
People
are.
have a, zero sum bias and anti-foreign bias, and like all those biases both go along great with tariffs. So
Right. So it's like, I do think there is some merit to utilizing tariffs as a tool. I wouldn't say it's justifiable. I'm a fucking libertarian and an ANCAP, right? Like, I feel like there are better ways to do this.
Sure. Yeah.
But nevertheless, like for example, car manufacturing. Almost every European country has tariffs on American-made cars, and we don't. Well, this was set up after World War II to help their domestic manufacturing and allow them to be able to export things. Well, it's like, okay, well, why the fuck didn't we do something about this? I don't know, in the 1970s when like Detroit was fucking, and Detroit, Michigan steel was being a problem. And when like car manufacturing was being shipped to China and Mexico. And when we were like, utilizing, moving manufacturing down south where like union labor laws were less stringent, right? Like we were having, since the 70s, we have been having a collapsing manufacturing industry in cars. And yet during that entire process, Europe has been like, we will sell you our BMWs. We will sell you our our German cars, but we will not buy yours, but we'll artificially raise the price, right? Like this is not a friendly market in that regard. And so it's like, well, what if, Trump utilizes tariffs and then, I don't know, RFK and Trump go to Europe, right? And they go like, look, we'll fucking sell you, like you get rid of your meat tariffs, for example, and we'll put in the same regulations that you already have in Europe on your meat, right? And then they sign a trade deal. So like tariffs can be utilized in the short term for a long-term gain economically towards free trade. But the concept that Trump has sold is a 100% lie. The idea that we can reduce income tax, we can reduce, wage taxes and corporate taxes, and that this will be taken over by tariffs. And then also we're going to reduce spending. Well, it's like, okay, well, if the tariffs work, if the tariffs fucking work and they bring back domestic manufacturing, well, then over time we lose money on the tax that is the tariff. Okay. and that means we either have to reduce spending or increase income wage taxes. Like we have to do one of those, right? I'm all for reducing spending, obviously. But you get what I'm saying? So like there is an absolute lie. But also, nobody talks about tariffs in that way with the left at all. Like they're just engaging in this surface level understanding of tariffs to like call out the lies of MAGA. And it's like, Sure, but it's just like, is anybody on the left genuinely interested in like American prosperity and success and truth, or are they more interested on dunking on the right? And I don't see a single like left-wing streamer or personality that is actually focused on like going forward and having truth and learning and like gaining for our country. They're more trying to get the dubs on the dumb righties for like audience capture and clout.
I mean, I would say we're probably all interested in American prosperity. It's just that we obviously have way different ideas of how to get there. I guess I would I kind of agree, especially like normie Democrats probably don't have that great of understanding of tariffs, and they basically they'll just be like, oh, Trump won because he said he hates inflation, but tariffs are inflationary, which actually isn't even really true. Tariffs aren't really inflationary. They just lead to a one-time increase in the price level. They don't actually necessarily increase the rate of inflation.
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by inflation, right? Like if you're talking about like money supply, yeah, absolutely, you're right. If you're talking about like a classical definition of inflation, yes, 100%.
Yeah, but I guess again, like something like the reason I was being mean to Pentuple on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't remember
who it was. It was because I feel like a lot of these people don't match their level of conviction if their level of knowledge. If you're making a claim like Democrats don't know what a tariff is, it's like, okay, well, like come on stream and like let's hash out who seems to have a better understanding of what a tariff is. And now we might disagree. Yeah. Like obviously you and I disagree on like the whole foundation for like how we should determine whether tariffs are good or bad, like whether empirics is more useful or when empirics is useful versus when praxeology is useful, and whether these things can be falsified. That's a more understandable disagreement than like if someone is just like tweeting out like you don't understand what a tariff is, but then you won't even talk to me about it.
Pussy.
True, for real. Hey, listen, some of them did. CTV was willing to talk to me. Okay, I'll give credit to CTV and you. You're here right now. Sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fairly competent on my economic knowledge. Like I'm not like a whiz.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like I have a decent understanding of economics, better than most, I guess, streamers.
Yeah.
But
and I do think
my area of expertise either, to be fair.
Yeah, the point you made that like tariffs can be used in a good way to reach an end result of free trade. Like I would agree with that. That comes up a lot in my tariff debates. People are like, oh, Trump is gonna just use these tariffs to negotiate. Like, well, I agree. Yeah, if he does do that, that's a good thing. But it's a good thing because the end result is free trade, which is what I want, right? Now I am curious because you're libertarian ANCAP guy.
Go ahead.
Obviously there are a lot of countries like the EU and like even in China, even more, that have different regulations that have different that subsidize industries. And a common response is like, oh well, why shouldn't we tariff these countries that are subsidizing their industries or have super weak labor regulations as unfair competition? I'm curious because you're a libertarian, what your response to that is.
I would say there's this really, really good book. It's an old book, but it's still a great book. It's called The Four Little Dragons. It's got a much longer title. It's an economic book about like Taiwan, Japan, Beijing.
Oh, sure. Yep.
And like how they engaged in market manipulation and anti-free trade policy, whilst the United States basically just let them do it in the aftermath of like, I think maybe it was South Korea. But I can't remember exactly, but it's been a while since I've read it, but it's still a great book. And so there was a ton of market manipulation and anti-free trade kind of things, like, right? So the Chinese, for example, like the Japanese government, where did all these fucking Hondas come from, right? Like why does everyone drive a Toyota and a Honda in America, in like this small island nation, and like how did that happen when we had this massive car industry? One of the things that Japan did is they heavily subsidized the car industry, and they utilized a rebate system where they heavily subsidize car salesmen in America, right? So they would say, like, if you sell a Toyota, we'll give you $2,000. Just sell a Toyota, we'll give you $2,000. And so they were utilizing their tax base to essentially gain a market capture, because there is a, an understanding that there's a brand loyalty, right? That like, there is a price to getting into a market. And then once you're embedded in the market, you can get rid of those initial costs, right? And then people will continue to buy a Toyota or a Honda for their next vehicle, et cetera, because there's brand recognition, there's brand loyalty, et cetera. And it allows you to establish a foothold in those things. So it's like, I don't know exactly how I feel about it. It's kind of like I would have to look at it at an individual basis, right? Because I look at a trade war much the same way that I might have previously, before I was a full-blown libertarian, right? Have looked at a real war, right? Which is like, well, what is the goal here, right? Like if you give me an action, I want a goal, right? Like when we look at like the Iraq invasion, right? It was like, we had this mission accomplished banner that was like so, famous, but it was like, well, what was the goal of the invasion in Iraq, right? It was, the stated goal was, Saddam Hussein at first. Okay, well, he had nothing to do with anything really. You know what I mean? Like we just like, and then we were just there constantly. Like the goal is to stabilize the region. Okay, well, how are we doing that? Did you guys not pay attention to Charlie Wilson's War? You know what I mean? Like none of you read that fucking book. Clearly you didn't. So it's like at an individual basis, I am fine with the state. I wouldn't say fine, because nothing that the state does is justified, right? But if we're in a trade war and they're going to make it illegal by, because they have a monopoly on power and violence in these trade regulations, right? Make it illegal for the businesses to engage in, in anti-free trade, et cetera, because they're using their violence in that regard. Well, then they've kind of taken up the responsibility of attempting to establish free trade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was, obviously, I guess there were like two ways I expected you to view it. Like, because like obviously you would say it's bad for China even to like subsidize their export market, right? Like they're imposing on the non-aggression principle, right? So I was curious if you saw that as justifying.
Well,
the US,
the state is unjustified. You know what I mean? Like,
well, sure. If you agree the entire state is unjustified, you'd also think that the U.S., preventing us from buying exports from China is unjustified. But I guess I agree. So, let's say, China subsidizes solar panels, for instance. Let's put aside the geopolitical concern of China being our enemy. Let's pretend like they're our ally. I'm sure the EU. Right. I'm sure the EU subsidizes stuff too.
We both put on our Henry Kissinger hat. We got it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, China is our best global ally right now. I guess if they're like subsidizing solar panels, how do you feel? How do you feel about us like putting a tariff on solar panels if they're subsidizing them?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really complicated issue. I would say I would initially be comfortable with it. I don't think it's good that we buy solar panels from China. I also think, solar panels are trash in general. It's also because it's not just China subsidizing solar panels, right? It's also, the green energy, which is mostly run by oil companies. It's oil companies invested in solar. And the reason they're invested in solar is because it's the shittiest form of competition to their oil, right? I mean, like natural gas is better than solar, geothermal is better than solar, hydroelectric's better than solar.
Wait, what do you mean?
Better than solar.
What do you mean by better? I mean, one, I think the reason they're investing in it is because they get subsidies, and then two, I'm just curious what you mean by better.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like this. What I think, like so for example, solar panels technically can last 30 years, but they get replaced roughly every 15 years because a lot of them break, but also because the increase in the innovation of a solar panel, like how much power it can gain per square inch, right, increases to such a degree that it becomes cheaper with the government subsidies and everything, right, to like repurchase them after 15 years. And then it's kind of like it constantly creates waste, right? So there's this fucking dumps full of solar panels that are being replaced. These non-biodegradable kind of things that just become trash after a certain amount of time because they go into disrepair. And they require precious metals, right? So they require conflict minerals. that is, utilized slave labor in Africa and in other places. Some of it comes from North Korea. There are some South American companies and, Colorado, for example, some places where we're able to get some of those minerals to a small degree, right? But like in terms of the global, tech market and, manufacturing of tech products, right? It's just full of, like your cell phone, like hold up your cell phone.
Sure.
If it's not a Motorola, if it's a Motorola, it's
mine.
good, right? And if it's
Check
a
this
fair
out.
phone, yeah. So that one, right? Like mine doesn't, but yours does. Yours uses slave labor for cobalt. Now there are other metals in all of our fucking phones, even in the fair phones from Europe that are conflict minerals, right? So there's all of those issues. But like, so when I say like, when you look at them in the long term, even with the current subsidies, nuclear, geothermal, and hydroelectric gets you more energy for the amount of funds that you spend on them, right? You get way more energy. So they're way more efficient.
I would have to do more reading of this, but the graphs I've seen, barring any externalities from solar panels being dropped in dumpsters or whatever, and the mining, the graphs I've seen on fucking my Twitter feed, again, not a well-researched topic for me, is that the cost per kilowatt hour of solar has been going down significantly.
Oh, for sure.
But
it has been going down.
yeah.
It absolutely has been. And wind is the same way, right? Now, wind causes environmental problems. It's certain. It's not quite as bad, I guess, per se, as natural gas, and certainly not as bad as coal or petroleum. But comparing wind to like all of the other forms of quote unquote green energy, wind's a bad one. Like it does a lot of bad shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like, but both of them have increased because, well, you have tech increases in general, right? I mean, this is true of like basically everything, right? Like you get, CPU and battery power, like what's it like, kind of double every like, what is it, 15 year? Not 15 year, I can't remember, every 7 years. It plateaus, but it averages out, right? Like regardless, the tech gets better over time. And so solar will get better over time. But that's true of any other form of energy, right? Like nuclear,
Sure.
like how far away are we from, China recognizes this. China's investing in thorium salt reactors in terms of research and development. Like why in the fuck are we letting China get ahead of us in research and development on what is potentially the greatest source of energy we have available to us currently? I mean, obviously, we could have a breakthrough in cold fusion and that would like change everything, but barring that, yeah.
I mean, I guess you're not going to find disagreement from me on nuclear energy. I think we should be. I mean, I wouldn't even be opposed to subsidizing nuclear energy to some extent. But
well, you don't need to subsidize. Just get rid of unnecessary regulations. Like nuclear energy, like it can take like 2 years to like get a fucking permit to do certain things, right? Like the cost of nuclear is so fucking high because it is massively overregulated.
Sure, that could be true. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's true considering people, I think, are unjustifiably scared of it. But I guess barring externalities, we got so sidetracked. My question is just because this is one of the harder arguments that I deal with sometimes. If there is X country who's our ally or enemy, doesn't matter, that they're producing X good, and the reason they're better at it is because they're subsidizing it. Or I shouldn't even say better. The
like
reason
China's
it's cheaper,
EV market. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Is because we're subsidizing it. I'm curious because you're an ANCAP who would disagree with that subsidy, but also would probably disagree with the state being justified in doing anything here. What the appropriate response is to that.
Yeah, no, I said like, at an individual level, I have no problem with a tariff I have a problem with it, right? But I kind of already explained the logic here, right? Which is that like we're not allowed, like the state has made it illegal for us to engage in like anti-competitive things in terms of like creating a cartel our own, right? And being like, we ban these things. Like we would be sued for that in certain courts and things of that nature. So the state has taken that responsibility. And in this regard, if they're stealing from other people to try and flood a market with cheaper goods, that is only cheap because they have engaged in aggression in that regard, and the goal is to reduce aggression in terms of that subsidy and create a freer market, and that is the stated goal, and like it's within the law, Yeah, sure. I'll stand behind a law that says like, this is done until such a time that China gives up on this, right? Because it's a defensive tactic, right? Against theft and fraud, right? A lot of what China does is theft and fraud. There's a whole thing. So, like intellectual property is another huge one, right? Like China,
they steal that. Yeah.
China rightly doesn't believe in IP, right? IP's bullshit.
Oh wait, I forgot. Yeah, you don't believe in IP either. Yeah.
Right, but it's like, but we're all engaging in a world like IP exists, right? And so like this would be where I would like separate from a conservative opinion on that, right? I would absolutely be vehemently against a new tax to try and force China into engaging in intellectual property laws. Right, because what you're saying is I'm going to give you an aggressive tax on America so that I can force other people in other countries to engage in additional aggression. And then once they engage in that additional aggression, I promise to take away the extra aggression I gave you, right? Like it's just bad all around as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Somebody in my chat is giving me shit for the way I pronounce nuclear.
Oh yeah, no, I had your chat.
Apparently, I said like nuclear. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fuck you.
Listen,
that's how we pronounce it in Virginia.
Yeah, my chat's used to my mispronunciations by now, but I was just curious what you thought of that, just because again, it's if you don't think any state action is justified, I was just curious for your opinion on that. I don't know. Is there any?
No,
is there anything else?
I'm pretty good, brother. I was just I was it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Most of the time that I end up meeting like streamers in a debate scenario, it's like on some fucking panel somewhere. And
yeah.
It's a terrible way to meet people. It's like always like because I'm just like, listen here, you dumb commie fuck. You know what I mean? Because I got to get my point out, and like I gotta make it quick. But you can have a little bit more charity in a 1v1.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I'm sure maybe we'll end up on the same panel someday. We might even end up taking the same side on some things. I'm sure with the tariffs and with the.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm generally a pretty free market guy.
I'm banned from a lot of places. I don't play nice with others.
Oh. Listen, I'll get there one day. That's the goal, right? It's to.
I've been on a bunch of panels. Like, it's like, yeah. It is what it is, brother. It was nice talking to you. If you have any questions or anything, or you're curious about libertarian perspective, both to your audience or just to you in general, Fabian Liberty on Twitter, Fabian or X, stupid fucking name. Fabian Liberty on X, not to be confused with XXX. And same thing with on YouTube. I'm on other platforms, but I'm really only streaming to YouTube currently.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Someone in my chat told me to get you to read Human Action. No lefty is going to read fucking Human Action. That is such a difficult fucking read.
Listen, I will read excerpts of it. I'm sure, because it's probably mentioned. It's probably.
He will read the Wikipedia mentions and Googleable things so that he can attempt to argue against it in a debate because he's already decided it's wrong.
Exactly. I will confirm my priors, and to do so, I will read excerpts of Human Action in debunks of Human Action. I'm sure I'll read a little bit more into the praxeology stuff. You did give me something to think about the human action axiom thing that I did. I took notes on. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I'm sure we can set some more stuff up in the future.
Yeah, my DMs are open, and
yeah.
There you go, brother. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Thanks.
Peace. Okay, we're back. We got to let people know. We got to go back in the Discord. Literally, I haven't had numbers these low I don't think I've had numbers these low in years. I'm currently at a single digit. I went from fucking 29 down to 7. That is wild. So we're going to... Yeah, econ is usually death for an audience. I totally get that. It sucks. It's unfortunate. But it does bore people, especially when you get heady. But I'm just chilling for a minute before we get a few people. Let me go into the Discord actually and say that we're about to start the presentation. Let me copy and paste. I appreciate it, Grid Motorsports. All right, let me check my Twitter real quick. You know what I mean? Let's see what happened. Oh my God, I'm so fucking glad I muted that one thread. It was the best content I've seen on stream since the last time I watched the Mises feed. Are you clipping the presentation for a long form video? I mean, probably not. What I will probably do is I will just go back in and edit the timestamp. And like put a pinned comment like when the presentation starts so that people can skip the debate and just go straight to that portion. Clipped start. I'm just writing it down, sorry. All right, let me put that timestamp. All right. I am probably I made NonFon's head swim. Yeah, I think it was kind of boring. I mean, when I do econ discussions and debates, I think they tend to do a little bit better than normal. Well, but than this, obviously, because this was brutal in terms of like the audience. Because normally I kind of get angry and I call out their bullshit and they kind of like give me some fight. And like, I think he just kind of like took it and was like, okay. Like, I don't think he was, I think he was like too worried about being antagonistic because I might have just been talking way the fuck over his head. So that was probably bad. I probably should have been like, I don't know, maybe not more aggressive, but like maybe I should have been, a little bit more pointed and spoken to his level. It's so weird. My YouTube is saying that I went down to 1 viewer and now I'm back at 18. This is very, very strange, but don't be hating on the Mises feeds. Yeah, I have noticed that's a thing with like the DGG left and shit, is that like they kind of just always assume that everybody is a consequentialist and an empiricist. And like they don't know how to like engage with someone that isn't both of those things. Like there are a few people that like have philosophical knowledge, but even then they're like not well practiced or versed in how to deal with it, right? So like they're capable of contending. It used to like when I went every time I'd be on a panel with Destiny back in the day, before he like, you know, made sure I wasn't. I'm guessing, I don't fucking know. But I used to do panels where he was on them relatively often, like every time it would happen, I'd get into it with him, and then I would call out his bullshit philosophy, and then he would just get mad and call me a philosophy bro and a debate bro, and then he would say that I'm being a debate bro by saying things are illogical, then accuse me of logical fallacies that weren't even true. And then I would call that out, and then he would get really, really fucking mad. And then he would go off and cook fucking food and like come back and like not even be a part of the panel for 20 minutes. It was just like, yo, it was like, all right, well, I mean, like, I guess I take that as a win, but like, it kind of seems chicken shit. I was having a hard time differentiating logic from premise, to be fair. Yeah, fair enough. You don't bring the standard talking points with the canned responses. All right. So, I will be right back. Let everybody know I'll be right back.
because I've got to take a whiz bang. That is what I thought, Slender. Logic is process, not truth. Yeah. I am going to fill up my water. Destiny doesn't know where Israel is on a map. I mean, I'm assume he learned now. That was a fairly funny thing when it came out. I'm guessing he knows where it's at now. I could be wrong, but it seems like he's leaned pretty hard into that as like a big part of his shtick is being like a pro-Israel lefty. Pretty wild. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a quick piss and get some water, and then we can get this started. Destiny doesn't know who's sleeping with his wife in his bed. Not his wife anymore, brother. That's old news. All right, I got my water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, so let us cut off this music. Let's move over here. Let's docs. All right, pull that up. And we'll pull this up first. All right. Yo, Red Tornado, what's up? What's the simple way of... Hold on. Let me promise you I would read all super chats, so let me get to it real quick. What's the most simple way of explaining argumentation ethics, why the nap is true to normies? I don't think there is a simple way to explain non-aggression principle is true into normies, right? So, that's why I lost a bunch of viewers too. Apparently for just a second, my bit rate went to 0 and went right back up. Interesting. Okay. So there isn't really a way to do it to normies. So I would say two things. So first, what I would start with is I would start with bodily autonomy, because 99.9% of normies are just going to automatically accept the fact that they have a right to their body. So that's kind of the short answer, right? Because normal people, you don't actually need to go through argumentation ethics, right? Like you can do that once they kind of already are a libertarian or they're pretty liberty leaning and they're really interested in the philosophy, right? Like, why the fuck would you start with existence exists into the law of identity, into the law of excluded middle, into the law of non-contradiction, and then try and put forward Habermas's performative contradiction, right? And then from there, go into ethical systems as need to be intersubjective communication and define conflict, right? Because conflict is defined, when two or more individuals, want to use scarce resources towards opposing means, right? Why any system other than the private property and first user principle are justifying, right, are logically impossible because of a performative contradiction to justify, because the process of argumentation is the peaceful means of conflict reduction, and why ethical systems cannot be conflict inducing and still be called ethical systems, right? So why go through all of those fucking chains with a normie? Because a normie, if you go, can I rape you? Is that wrong? Is there any time where it's okay, other than you have raped me or my family, for me to rape you? And like 99% of normal people are going to be like, what the fuck? No, dude. Be like, okay, so you have a right to not be raped. You have a right to your body. You have a right to your bodily autonomy. Okay? And so like when you're talking to a normie, just don't go through all that other shit. You know what I mean? Like you can eventually, but like let's get them to like just, like it's only when they say, well, how do I know that I have a right to my body? Right? It's only, it's like slope is dope is right? Like when you find the groiper, then you got to go through all that shit. But groipers aren't normal people, right? They say crazy shit like your body, my choice. But when you're talking to the normie, you know what I mean? Like just start with that. It's a meme. Relax. Hold on 1 second. There you go. Here's my meme. This is the one I made. There you go. There's my meme. All right, brother. All right. Let's see. Do you guys want the music on in the background? I think the stream might get a little quiet. A boomer meme, I don't get it. It's your body, my choice. And then it's fucking the Calvin Candy from Candyland and Django Unchained as a obviously virulent racist in that moment where he's like, and then he's holding a crystal. Right? Like back to the crystal with you. I combined the your body, my choice and the crystal together, and I made it insinuate slight racism. You thought it was Boromir. What the fuck? All right. I'm going to cut the music down just a little bit, but have it on. And then put that. Your body, my crystal. Exactly. All right. So to start this off, let me right about where around 2:40. So to start this off, we will begin. We will begin with the intro. For all heroes of capitalism, I wrote this bitch up. Have fun. Hey, Fabian, like I said, I'm about to message you the question on Discord in a second. What? Dude, DMing me over Discord is not a guarantee that I will have time to go through your stuff. I mean, if you super chat me, like I will answer it. I will always answer super chats. But like I'm doing a presentation, so you got to pay me if you want me to answer it right away. But I'll get to it eventually if you just DM it to me. All right. Heroes of capitalism. Socialism is not the natural movement of peoples, as the inherent contradictions of capitalism force revolutions of people to stand united in the interests of workers against those of capitalism. No, socialism is a disease, a pox populi, that erodes the philosophy of once great nations. Like a disease, socialism dies when quarantined in a country after a brief flare-up. And similarly, when treated, it spreads rapidly and becomes endemic. Socialism is, as always, in opposition to the norm, and as such, maintains the veneer of reasonable compromise. Socialism is a small tax increase, just one more bailout for the airline industry, just one more welfare program, and just one tax cut for that new football stadium or chip foundry that's going to bring in new jobs. It's an alluring ailment. So alluring, in fact, that the disease of socialism is already inflamed, not just in our youth championing the, quote, current thing in a college protest or posting an unhinged TikTok, but in the minds of your typical small government-minded conservative. As hard as it is to notice in the chaos of daily politics, the rugged individualism, Protestant work ethic, and philosophy of liberty that once made this nation so great has slowly eroded in the American mind. Where there once stood champions of capitalism planting their flag upon the city on a hill that is America, there now sits desiccated corpses of corporations filing useless email jobs with DEI hires. And worse, this sight is so disgusting, very few notice that somewhere along the way, everyone accepted that the former great men of the Gilded Age and beyond, paupers to prosperous, titans of industry, chevaliers of laissez-faire, heroes of capitalism, became robber barons, misfeasors, or examples of why we need, quote, reasonable regulation of capitalism. One day, it became possible for a, quote, fiscal conservative, a pretend libertarian, a limited government guy, a supposed defender of capitalism, to dismiss these great accomplishments with a subversive one-liner and accept socialism as both necessary and good. The rot has spread. Ask a conservative pundit about the great John D. Rockefeller, and he'll tell you why monopolies are bad and need to be broken up by the government. Ask him about Henry Ford and listen to him trot out factoids about him being an anti-Semite as if he didn't invent the fucking assembly line. Ask him about Calvin Coolidge and see if he extols the virtues of the greatest president or starts to talk some nonsense about the Great Depression he avoided. Ask him to name a single hero of industry and watch as he shudders at the concept of being recorded saying Sam Walton isn't an evil capitalist destroying small American towns. The American mind has been subjected to an onslaught of propaganda against capitalism for so long, we no longer appreciate the great men who made everything we have today possible. And when their names are brought up, our diseased minds dare denigrate with socialist slogans these magnanimous men. You've been lied to, and you need shock therapy. This is Heroes of Capitalism. There you go. There's my little intro spiel, boys. 100 million is nothing. Capitalism killed billions of people. All right, I'm going to pull it up on Google Slides because my download didn't like it. So give me just a second. I mean, I made it on Google Slides, to be fair. It is an untitled presentation. All right, here we go. Where the fuck is the present? Where is the present? I'm trying to remember where the present thing is. Ah, there we go. Boom. I appreciate it, boys. I appreciate the few people that are here. Really, name one? Name one what? Oh, you mean person killed by capitalism? I was saying true as in like a joke, as in true, that's what they say. All right, so I figured we would start the Heroes of Capitalism presentations with possibly the easiest man to love. Hold on one second, I gotta close my door. I figured we would start Heroes of Capitalism with potentially the easiest individual to love out of like anybody. Okay, there is of all of the captains of industry, you know, I would say, you know, James Cash Penney Jr. or J.C. Penney is probably is it technically a titan of commerce, if you will, but he is probably the easiest to love as a capitalist, as a success story, as a rags to riches phenomenon, as someone who is accomplished great and amazing things in his life. And the entire concept that capitalists are evil, or that the people of the turn of the century were these robber barons that destroyed everywhere that they went. No story proves that to be insane and ludicrous of a claim as much as James Cash Penney, or obviously the founder of J.C. Penney. And also, I love his name. It's such a great name. James Cash Penney is like the most aptly named individual to be a titan of commerce. So let's get into it. So just an overview of like a couple of things. You know, James Cash Penney, obviously pictured here, started in, was it 1902? I believe. I have it in the stream, in the presentation, in a different position, but roughly there. I hate him already. What? No, sir. No, sir. He started with one store in Wyoming, Kemmer, Wyoming. Now, locals call it Kemmer. It's only really spelled this way. I mean, you might pronounce it a different way, but all the locals call it just Kemmer, Wyoming. And eventually grew JCPenney to 1,700 plus retail locations in the United States. Now, the store that he started was known as the Golden Rule Store. More on that later. Now, James Cash Penney is also a unique titan of industry, or titan of commerce, in that he is the only of like these, presumed robber barons, or presumed is Kinmer and Kinmerer. Yeah, it's the same thing though. He's one of the few, he's the only of these highly successful businessmen that were the kind of the titans of the Gilded Age, that also lived through World War II, lived through the Cold War as well. I mean, he did not die until 1970s, right? You have someone that is born in 1875. Dumber and dumberer. Yeah, right. So by his 90th birthday, he was he knew and had met several times, had many of these individuals over to his home and his estate, both Roosevelt, Hoover, Truman, and Eisenhower. Now, growing up and as a businessman, he was most inspired by Wanamaker and Ford, but as well as Edison. He eventually, invited Edison over to his Penny Farms in Florida, and was on a fairly first name basis with him. Now, Wanamaker is obviously of the Gilded Age. He's much, much before him, but spoiler alert, obviously there's one reason to be so inspired by Wanamaker, is because of his deep, deep, deep Christian beliefs and his Christian ethics as a businessman. He was forever and always a very, very devout Christian. Of course, he was known by many things, but for whatever reason, his nomer was known as King. Nomen? What is the word? Oh my God, I can't think of it. Is known as King of the Soft Goods. Let me make sure the stream is coming through on this end. There we go. All right, moving forward. Weak dad joke, I know. Oh, it's fine. So, we will get into this a little bit more later in the presentation. But James Cash Penney was a genius of retail. I mean, the likes of which has probably never been seen before or since, in terms of his ability to manage, in terms of his ability to engage, in terms of his work ethic. I mean, many times throughout his life, he was told specifically by doctors to stop working or he was going to literally work himself to death. And he represents a kind of unique time, and we'll talk about it more when we talk about Robert E. Wood, in terms of the transition from train catalogs to the retail store, and his kind of like pushing forward and noticing of population patterns, and noticing where the country was heading and being able to predict the future of what was going to be important in terms of sales and distribution before anybody really, well, with the exception of obviously Robert E. Wood. Penny's and Wanamaker's were anchor stores at the King of Prussia Mall. It's third largest mall in the world, largest on the East Coast. Were you just like Googling shit now? Or did you just like that a factoid you had? Now, he was also a stalwart philanthropist, looking at Missouri Farms, Memorial, which was a portion city of Penny Farms. We will talk about all of these things as well. But the amount of good that James Cash Penney did was not just in providing good quality products at JCPenney's. It wasn't just about, good business ethics as will come forward, but it was also about massive work that he did in philanthropy. I mean, there are unknowable, untold amounts of family farms that were brought into the modern era and were given a chance to really enter into the middle class and produce great things. Untold amounts of funds towards research and production and, the betterment of dairy as a whole within America. Many of the innovations in cattle and in seeds, in breeding, and in productivity and in safety procedures are, thanks to not only the work that he has done in breeding, but also the work that he has done in allowing research facilities to do so many things and all of the money that he has given towards them. And we will, of course, get more into that as well. Lastly, business ethics perspective. There's this concept that capitalism, this great evil that these robber barons of the Gilded Age that became these, immeasurably wealthy people by, stealing from the little man, could not be more false in any way, shape, or form than with the amazing things that James Cash Penney did. He spoiler again, but, one of the things that I found so amazing was that despite the hardships that we will talk more about later of the Great Depression and just how uniquely fucked he was by the Great Depression, despite all of that, he never filed for bankruptcy. Till the day he died, he never filed for bankruptcy. Obviously, there was only ever one time to really do it. He always paid his debts because he believed that bankruptcy was a form of theft. That when a man says he's going to pay something, he pays it back no matter what. The income that he gave to people, the support that he gave to people, that so many deals that he didn't even utilize contracts and lawyers because people knew that if James Cash Penney said he was going to do something and shook your hand, that was better than any contract anybody ever could sign. He was that well trusted in all of American business. Very, very often things were just written up on like a napkin somewhere. Because there was just no need for a contract with this man because the legal enforcement of suing in court was less likely to be done. Sorry, was more likely to be a problem for you than just trusting the word of James Cash Penney. I'm definitely going to he really did. Holy fuck. That is such a huge question. Obviously, I will get to it some other time. Boys, get in here. All right, so the overview is done. I'm just going to tell everyone one more time to hop in here so we can get started with it proper. All right, moving forward. Moving forward. So the golden rule. What was the golden rule? Now, obviously, we kind of all know the golden rule do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This was a cornerstone of everything that James Cash Penney did in his life. James Cash Penney was absolutely refused, like in every business action he did, he followed the golden rule to the point where, he literally, many of his stores were named as such. Obviously, he inherited them from Guy Johnson, but mostly, Thomas Callahan. But he also inherited this from his father. It was a part of his mission statement when his company went forward and became James. First it was My Pennies, and then eventually James Cash Penney under the leadership of Sam's. Because he was better at branding. But nevertheless, now up until although J.C. Penney's had 1,700 stores, he followed through in the, I guess, how would you put this? He followed the stores that he inherited from Thomas Callahan when he got his first store. And we'll talk about that, like I said, a little bit later. But he followed this concept of cash only businesses. He refused to take banking credit systems, even though the credit was valid for a long, long time. And even when J.C. Penney's was more of a department store in cities, etc., many of the stores that he had set up, the smaller places in small burgeoning towns and mining towns, all of these little areas where he would set up these little department stores, I guess retail stores. He didn't like it, and he maintained that tradition in most stores up until I don't remember the exact date, but I believe it was 1940s. I forget, and I apologize for not having that portion of it. But he did this cash only system, and the reason that he did this cash only system was because he believed that, and he inherited this from Thomas Callahan. He believed that what would happen is it would encourage people to live beyond their means. Like he wanted to sell you on something, but he said until the day he died that he never felt like a salesman. He was never a natural born salesman, and that sales was not a part of his business model really so much as, meeting the needs of people and giving, in fair and equitable trade. And that the concept of taking credit was something he was always uncomfortable with and initially banned because it would cause people to live beyond their means and potentially get into debt and cause them to, purchase things that they don't really need or shouldn't purchase. And that wasn't his vision. Of course, like I said, it was inspired by Thomas Callahan, which is whom and Guy Johnson, who were his business partners in his very first store. And we'll kind of go through that later. And this store was set up in Cameron, Wyoming. I have it on another slide, in 1902. It was more likely a tin fork. He gave an interview to one individual, and he had a dapper suit on, and I think it wasn't Vanity Fair, but it was a magazine that was writing a piece on him. And they commented on how dapper he looked and how professional he was. Said, you look like someone who was always born, you look like someone who was born with a silver spoon in your mouth, right? There was already this antagonistic relationship of the journalist trying to get at this billionaire, find a way to dig at him. And he responded cheekily with it was more likely a tin fork, right? Because obviously this journalist didn't actually have a full understanding of his history, of his life, and how rough it all was. He carried himself with a kind of grace and professionalism, and may have been very well dressed, but it was certainly a rags to riches story, unlike any that we have seen in American history. I mean, you want to talk about get rich or die trying, 50 cent rags to riches or something, but that's people from impoverished communities becoming rich, right? Like this man became not once but twice one of the richest men in America, right? He became absurdly wealthy, before the Great Depression, and did it all over again after the market crash. And yet he started, born to a Baptist preacher who, took no funds whatsoever. This was before, the church was paying individuals, these small farm preachers, in any amount of money, because you're not really supposed to take money. So you would be a preacher, and also you would have to have your own form of income. So he was born September 16th, 1875 in Caldwell County, Missouri. Hey, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the content and the presentation. I remember watching a documentary of him at business class. He was depicted as such an inspiring American dream rags to riches story that I question how biased it was. Nah, man, he's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So his ancestors were British, most likely from the Isle of Wight, and at least tracking from father to son, he was a part of his family immigrated into the colony of Virginia in 1621. Now, colony of Virginia is kind of a catch-all term because, obviously there's Jamestown, but there was a bunch of other colonies in the area, and kind of the great area, especially in a lot of documents, just says colony of Virginia, right? So if you're like coming in like 1607, you went through the winter, then it might say, that you came to Jamestown and settled in Jamestown. But it's kind of a catch-all term for the colonies in that area. But he's one of the first wave of British Americans to come over into the country. His father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather were all Baptist preachers and farmers. And they were all very much, not necessarily impoverished, isn't the right term. I guess you could say they were impoverished. They were very poor. And were subsistence. They owned their own land eventually, moving out to Missouri. But of course, they had to do that great migration out into the West in order to settle that land, so that they could have land that they could work on themselves. And as I mentioned before, one of the things that was kind of formative for James Cash Penney was this concept of preachers not being paid. He didn't really I couldn't find any documentation on him being really against it. Really pro Reformation. But obviously there's some historical significance of some of his actions that we'll look at later, in his philanthropy, that shows that he was certainly concerned with the idea of these people devoting their lives to God and Christ, and not having the financial means to sustain themselves. Now, he was one of 12 children, and only 6 of them lived. Oh no, these were not gentlemen farmers whatsoever. No, these were salt of the earth individuals for sure. He is one of 6. One of 12. 6 survived. He has lost several sisters and brothers. One lost from tuberculosis. One, I believe, was lost in a young accident. Most of them from different forms of disease and nutrition that occurred. Just that's how life was back then, right? It wasn't like there was some tragic landslide that killed half of them, or like that this family was particularly unhealthy or anything. It's just, this is what growing up impoverished, in the late 1800s was. And so, many made it and many did not. Now, moving forward, James Cash Penney Sr. was a profound mentor as well as father to James Cash Penney. His father, he kind of hung around the, reportedly, obviously we don't know, there's no video proof, but reportedly hung was very connected to his father, right? As a young boy, he was always trying to gain wisdom or talk or ask questions, like an inquisitive, kid that always wanted to be around his father and always wanted to learn more and kind of absorb stuff from his father. Very inspired by the fact that his father pushed on these Christian ethics and, this moral system and what it means to be a man, as well as, obviously, working on the farm and doing farm work and working with cattle. He learned a lot about agriculture because, he grew up on a farm and had to work for himself. Now, when you think you have strict parents, You do not have strict parents. You may think you have strict parents, but you do not have James Cash Penney strict parents. By the time that James Cash Penney had turned 8 years old, his father informed him that he would no longer pay for his clothing, that he had to go out and make it financially in order to pay for his own clothes, and to pay for, things like backpacks and things that he needed for school beyond, to pay for, his clothes, his, school things, etc. So it was incumbent upon 8-year-old James Cash Penney to find a way to make money. And boy, did 8-year-old James Cash Penney step up to the plate. At one point in time, he had a hog operation where he was butchering and keeping hogs, and utilizing butchering hogs that other people were bringing in, as well as trying to breed hogs himself. And eventually his father made him get rid of the hog operation because it was becoming a problem for his neighbor, because he was doing it over at the end of a farm, and was like just a rancid smell of they're hogs living, hog size, and then of course butchering and things of that nature, was creating all of these problems for his neighbor, and so he made him stop that. And another thing that he had mentioned in letters to a friend was, not long after that, in order to make money, he had grown on their farmland watermelons, and then as a child was set up a watermelon stand a couple hundred feet away from a county fair. And his father caught him doing this, we'll just say he doesn't mention it, but I imagine he got probably more than a stern talking to. But his father explained to him that individuals and street vendors had paid licenses and things of that nature to be at the county fair, and that he was robbing these men of their business by trying to set up a watermelon stand that was outside of the limits of the fair, and that this was another form of theft, to engage in scrupulous business practices. And so he, got rid of all of the watermelons, and made him continue. Now, his father recognized at a young age, and from kind of his, him growing up, his antics, etc., his curiosity, his interest, his father, even though his father and his father's father, so talking about James Cash Penney Jr.'s father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, although they were all farmers and preachers, he had recognized that was really not James Cash Penney's calling. He knew that he was a businessman at heart. And so he contacted someone, from a nearby town, and was able to set up James Cash Penney as an apprenticeship, to learn the retail business, kind of in this small town. And that was probably where he was going to be. That was probably going to be, where he stuck it. It's not the best life. It's not the best business, but I mean, it is a business, and it is, it's good, honest work, etc. Saying to, I believe this was saying to his son at one point, describing how he had, what he had learned in terms of business ethics, and the golden rule from his father. He said, quote, "Money is important, but the practice of the golden rule in making money, as in every aspect of human relations, is the most important asset of civilized man. It was a deeply held religious and moral conviction that, you guys came late. It's okay. It happens. It was a deeply held moral and religious conviction that when you're talking about assets, when you're talking about how to act, how to engage, right, that treating other people as you want, this, it's kind of a high trust society, before that was really a popularized term, is that you ought treat everybody like you ought want to be treated, appreciated. And this is just who he was to his core from a young age. So let's talk about early struggles. At the age of 19, his father died from tuberculosis. One of his sisters had already died from tuberculosis, and he was already showing signs and symptoms of TB as well. I mean, obviously, you're talking about the, turn of the century, tuberculosis was a death sentence in some ways, but it could also be managed. Many people lived with, and managed tuberculosis in this time, in this day and age before, there were decent treatments with it. It's not necessarily going to kill everybody. It kills and culls the weak, and many people have, via their breast milk, etc., have, some antibodies towards tuberculosis. In some ways, tuberculosis is kind of worse now than it was then, even though we have medicine to counteract it, because we don't have those built up antibodies from like the people who survived, right? But nevertheless, he was showing signs and symptoms. He was kind of getting sickly. His father had died, and so his mother urged him to go towards a drier climate, right? You need to get away from, you can't be up in she wanted him to go to Colorado, to go out into the Midwest where it was drier, where he could more easily manage his tuberculosis. So he set out with $300 that he had saved up, moved to Colorado with no one there, didn't know a soul there, didn't have any business contacts there. He's a 19-year-old man, and he's just going to figure it out, right? And from 1897 to 1899, he worked in he kind of bounced around in retail positions. I say bounce around, but it was only like 3 jobs with potentially other unknown jobs. Right, he worked retail in Colorado. I should have written down the name. I can't remember the exact name of the city that was the biggest city in Colorado at the time. No, probably not that important though. Nevertheless, he was kind of, maybe not disillusioned isn't quite the right word, because he was certainly a hard worker. But nevertheless, he was just kind of wasn't feeling working for these people. There wasn't a lot of upward mobility. At this time, if you wanted to work in retail, it's very similar to today, right? Like if you go work a retail job, there's not a lot of advancement opportunities. But even back then, the advancement opportunities were less than they are today, right? Like today you can, a job is a job. People don't really think of it as a career, but even still, there are plenty of companies that, work with this concept of getting management, moving you up the corporate ladder kind of thing, right? And people can still work relatively hard and, maybe go to college and get a bullshit degree so that they can move up the corporate ladder and work themselves into the middle class and even potentially the upper middle class if they're, intelligent and hardworking people. But back then, most of these retail stores, it was purely nepotistic, right? You're hiring seasonal employees. And everybody in town kind of knows each other. And you're hiring some people to work for you a little bit, but there's not a ton of mentorship. Although the job is a little bit more, difficult than it is today because, there's less organization. It was a different time. So it did require an apprenticeship, and it did require, knowledge and math skills that weren't, particularly, that everyone had. You got to be literate, a bunch of other things that, we kind of take for granted today. But nevertheless, he's feeling like these people aren't necessarily good. Some people tried to steal from him, steal his commissions. He realizes that he's not disliked by anybody, but he knows that he's kind of he doesn't have a lot of room for mobility. So what he does is now is the part to mention, which I may have mentioned before in terms of who James Cash Penney is. He is remarkably frugal and hardworking. I know I said he was incredibly hardworking, but he is also remarkably frugal. He is an insane penny pincher. If he does not need to spend money on it, he will not spend money on it, especially if it is for himself, right? And so he saved up money, and with his business acumen and money, he got, I think he went half and half. I don't remember the exact figures, mostly because we don't know. But I mean, but I believe it was referenced in one letter, presumably. Could be a lie. Obviously, everything could be a lie in these regards, but presumably he went about half and half with bank loan and his own cash, and went to a small town, not that, a couple, a few miles away, and purchased a butcher shop. Now, he was he's done butchering before. He's familiar with cattle. He has a lot of retail experience, but nevertheless, he's never run a butcher shop. And, So he is, he's in a fairly small town, and he purchases, as you see here, James C. Penney Meat Market. He purchases this butcher shop, and of course gains his clientele along with purchasing the butcher shop. Now, there is a local hotel that is this local hotel is the biggest customer that he inherited with the butcher shop. And it's important to note that, again, James Cash Penney is a devout Christian and is against alcohol and how alcohol affects people. And he finds out that that the butcher, the order from the hotel, they kind of had a deal worked out, basically, where every time he would place these big orders, he would get a bottle of whiskey, like a complimentary bottle of whiskey. Except James Cash Penney doesn't believe in selling or distributing alcohol. And he did it once on the first one, but he felt so guilty that he had to go and tell him, like, look, I'm sorry. I don't believe in this. This goes against my religious beliefs and my morals. Like, I'll absolutely sell you all the meat that you want. But I'm not going to continuously give you like complimentary whiskey. I'll reduce the price some. He tries to negotiate. What pisses off the hotel owner, and he loses the largest client that he has for his bakery, which becomes a pretty big problem. This is kind of the almost as soon as he gets it, he is in financial, not necessarily ruin, but he's not able to gain the clientele that he needs because he has immediately lost a majority of the customer base that he thought he would be able to maintain perfectly fine when he purchased it. Dumb question. Can one be greedy without the want of money? Typically greed associated with money bags. You ever see somebody get real greedy with the pizza? You ever met a stoner? They get real greedy. Because they got the munchies, but that doesn't mean that they're greedy for money. I don't know. But across the store from this butcher shop is a Golden Rule store. And this is where the next phase kind of James Cash Penney's life goes, where things start to really kind of look up for him. And Thomas Callahan employed him for the holiday season, around Christmas, until 1899. Sorry, I got my dates up slightly. Yeah, so that follows through. I want to say it's in was it like late 98, potentially early 99. I don't have the dates for it. I only have the dates for when he left. And anyways, so he's hiring him just for the holiday season. He's like, look, I need you, but he tells him, he's like, look, I can give you a job for now. But at this point, James Cash Penney is desperate for a job. But also, he is inspired by the Golden Rule store. Of course, the store is literally called the Golden Rule or Golden Rule Store. They kind of have slightly different names from place to places. And Thomas Callahan falls in love with him as an employee. He is a great employee. He is hardworking. He stays out late. He's dutiful. He is, he's always puts in 110% effort. He's also following that Christian Protestant worth ethic that is very important to Thomas Callahan, who owns the Golden Rule chain, which is a series of, I want to believe it's at this point, it should be 6 stores. Now, this is where he gets that cash only kind of idea. That's where it originates. It originates from this store that he started at. And it'll kind of make more sense as we go on, as you understand how the businesses develop by him, right? Because he starts with him, profit sharing, etc., and then goes off on his own. So, if they had this kind of system, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And this is true of customers. This is true of employees. This is true of your community. This is true of your suppliers. And this is true of your competitors, right? One thing that was important to James Cash Penney that he took on to is he never started a Golden Rule store in a town that already had one. So after he had broken away and he was his own retailer, he always chose to find communities that were underserved, not necessarily communities that he thought he could just outcompete a business in the area. He was not interested, especially in very early on, in trying to like drive out competitors from an area. He was interested in going to places where people did not have these opportunities. It's also important to note that in the late 1800s and the early 20th century, the concept of the retail store doesn't really exist yet, right? Instead, there are retail stores that existed, like Macy's, etc., that were around, as well as they exist in these big cities, right? But because of like this great expansion west, and because of the laying of the railroad, when you have a storefront, you have a lot of property, you have a lot of inventory. And the more you have in the store, the more inventory you have, the more space you need. And the more likely that like the property will get damaged in some way, or that it needs to be stored at certain temperatures, or that some gets thrown away because of like, whatever reason, right? So the more that you have in a store, in a facility, that costs money. Storing things to stay in a store costs money. And so, it's right around here that Montgomery Ward and Sears, a little bit later, but Montgomery Ward especially during this time, is dominating the catalog market. So people are getting these, a lot of these stores have like small little bits of things in them, but they don't have a ton of products, and instead they have a catalog. And then you look in the catalog at what you want. You look at a Montgomery Ward catalog, or you look at a Sears catalog, and there are these massive places in like, especially in Chicago and depots, where this is then sent off via mail to be ordered for you. And then as the train comes through, they drop these things off. And so it was actually, the movement from the retail and corner store and the kind of shrinking down of these stores was kind of the name of the game at the time. But James Cash Penney always knew that there was something special about meeting your customers' needs then and there. And had always been a kind of a fan of the retail store, but he also saw the writing on the wall. Not quite here, but we'll talk about it later. He understood some changes in the economy and demographics that other people didn't. And it was part of not just his work ethic, but his ability to predict the future. And the retail business that led to a lot. Now, after he was no longer working for Thomas Callahan, he said, look, I know another store. And this is, oh my God, I can't remember this guy's name. What's his dude's name again? Guy Johnson, sorry. I can never remember Johnson. I just couldn't remember the first name. So he's like, look, I can't take you here. I'm going to have to let you go. But I'm going to put in a good word for you. You should go work for Guy Johnson. And this is 400 miles away. Is that on the next slide? Hold on. It is. So 400 miles away, he goes to work with Guy Johnson's store. And it's there that he meets his first wife, Berta Alva Hess. He falls madly in love with her and basically immediately marries her. And they have 2 children. Now, more about her in just a moment. But transitioning in that golden store and then working in management training, he also learns about this concept of the 1/3 investment model, which is he was in love with this concept, which is, if you could come up with 1/3 of the money, Thomas Callahan would basically come up with the other 2/3 of the money if you were trusted and groomed and he liked you, basically. He would purchase 2/3 of a store, set you up in a store after you'd been trained and he trusted you, and so long as you were a good Christian and you were a hard worker, etc. And he would, you essentially jointly manage the stores, and you would equally and completely share the profit of the stores, right? He was not skimming into this. Is not like some franchise model, where he's selling you the right to his name and you're only getting a percentage of the profits, and he's raking in more, right? No, he puts up 2/3 of the investment, he gets 2/3 of the profit. And then eventually, and that's just kind of how that worked. And so you would become a manager under him. But you would also, it was a co-op essentially at that point, because you own 1/3 of it. You manage the store, but you also own 1/3 of the store. And you own 1/3 of the store's profits. All right. So of course, this was in Evanston, Wyoming, where he goes to Guy Johnson's store. And it was here at 25 years old, after finally getting, going through the hardship, losing his father, pulling. Are we back? Did I lose you guys? Like, what happened? My stream disconnected for like a few seconds. Okay, awesome. Refresh if you need to. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It like my like I had like a weird internet hiccup or something. Like I lost internet for like or something for like just a second and had to reconnect. Sorry about that. Please, donate to the stream and I will buy better internet, I guess. I don't know. I actually have good internet. That won't help. All right. So when he said about his wife, quote, "From the moment I married, more importantly, him and his wife, they move into the store. They start their own store. And they do the exact thing that I spoke about earlier, right? They buy a golden store in a new area in Kemmer, Missouri, 1902, right? At the age of 25. And it is here that, we'll get into the first story here in a little bit. But again, he falls in love with his wife. I think I put a quote in at a bad time. Might be the issue here. But regardless, speaking to his wife helps him with this. She is amazing. She is like absolutely working with him in this regard. And she, of course, follows him to his first store. And he said about her from the moment, also the stream cutting out, like messed me up for a second there. From the moment I married, I had a real helpmate. Many a night when she sensed I wanted to keep working at the store, she packed my supper in a tin pail and brought it to me. Very often she supplied me with hints about how to add service and value from a woman's point of view. And I felt that whatever position of independence I might grow to in the future, in my wife, I had my first and most invaluable partner. Well, we're good now. So it's good now. Just skip that section. All right. So the first store, Kemmer, Wyoming, in a mining town. Now, I mean, it's mostly a mining town. Obviously, there's other things there. I think they have like sheep herders or like sheep shaggers or whatever. He moves to this kind of like remote town. There's no electricity or running water, which is happy for him in his building, because it means the rent is incredibly low. Right? This is probably the only place that he could afford, right? He put forward, I think it was, some reports say 2,000, some reports say 1,500. How much of that was a bank loan, and how much of that was his own money? I don't know, right? Like there's no like business records from this time for me to be able to tell you exactly, but he, bro had a co-op model, commie, terrible stream. Dude, get out of here. Get out of here. This is capitalism, baby. All right. This is capitalism. Co-ops are capitalism. Well, it's more of like an ESOP, but not really. It's a 1/3 model. Get out of here. Fuck off. Anyway, so during the grand opening of the store, he put out he like told everybody he was going to open the store. He gets the, he's getting, drumming up business, and he does a grand opening of his store. And one thing that was particularly interesting that everybody noticed was not only did he memorize everyone in town's name that came in, but he also very quickly was sizing people up and memorized their shoe sizes, their pant sizes, and their hat sizes. Like this, to say that this man was a genius and a hard worker is an understatement, right? Like he was devoted to the concept of his business in retail in a way that many, many people aren't. And in his on his opening day, he gained roughly $466 in sales. In today's dollars, which, by the way, I need you to know that not only did I do inflation calculator on so many fucking numbers throughout these next slides, but also I had to do it based off of the year that it was. so much math I probably didn't need to do, but I did it for you guys. Okay? Sounds a bit like the TISM, maybe. So in his grand opening in today's dollars, that's about $17,722. The most expensive item in the entire store is $10, an entire suit for $10. So they did amazingly. Him, his wife, and his child, there was one child at the time, were living in the attic upstairs in basically a tiny little closet whilst managing the store as a 1/3 owner. They had a wood furnace for heat, and gas stove, like with wood again for cooking. I mean, it's basically poverty while running a store in town. And yet, through his hard work and determination, and his, business acumen, he's able to make over $29,000 in his first year at this store, which in today's dollars is $1.1 million in sales. Okay, he was amazing. He was beloved by the community, and of course, like he was a salesman, even though he never said that he wasn't a born salesman. He was absolutely amazingly successful. And of course, that kind of success doesn't just stay in one place, right? That kind of success needs to grow, and it did. He purchased another store under the same process, the 1/3 model. From 1/3 was owned by James Thomas Callahan, one was owned by Guy Johnson, and 1/3 was owned by him. These three were business partners. In 1906, he opened Rock Springs, Wyoming, and in Cumberland, Wyoming, there was another store in 1907. Just enough to buy one bag of chips, right? Now, for whatever reason, we don't know, Guy Johnson and Thomas Callahan had a business falling out. They refused to speak with each other. They refused to engage with each other. They didn't. It's not sure what their level of animosity was, but they refused to do business with each other in any way, shape, or form, or communicate. However, they both remained great friends of James Cash Penney, or J.C. Penney. Now, they came to him and said basically like, hey, is there any way that you would be able to buy us out? And on a simple handshake, they both trusted. They didn't draw up a contract or anything, just a good old-fashioned handshake deal. James Cash Penney bought all three of the stores that he owned 1/3 stakes in, and turned them into and basically removed them from being like that co-op model that you guys hate so much, right? Converted them into being his. Now, he sold the Cumberland store, the Rock Springs store, to like a friend of his brother's, so that he could get assets along with bank loans so that he could fully own the two remaining stores, the original store and the Cumberland store. And then he kind of goes through this process. Now that he is the full owner, he starts to do what he learned from Thomas Callahan, right? Which is he starts finding people to be employees, finding people that are good, hard workers, that are, devout Christians, which is what he believes is important for a good business, and also to follow the golden rule. Owners are like Highlanders. There can be only one. True. You can't have partial ownership. But I mean, of course, it was a contract. More like he's renting it, and he agrees to pay 2/3 of the profit to the original owner, and then he bought him out of that agreement. Anyways, moving forward. So what he does is he starts going through this process. He hires his brother at one point. He's like his eldest sister's children, people that he knows and vets. He brings them into his Kemmer store, right? and trains them in the business of retail, and then he moves them to Cumberland, and trains them in management in Cumberland, right? So and then eventually he kind of like the people that have the means to gain the funds and gain the ability to, get loans or procure funds, he does the same thing that Thomas Callahan did with him. So he molds them, he mentors them, he brings them to another separate store where he's mentoring and molding those that he believes are going towards management. And then some of those people, he then molds them into new stores, and they become like part owners. So he becomes a part owner of some stores. But also he spreads his own stores, right? Like he's not just creating this co-op model everywhere he goes. So some of these stores are co-op models, but most of these stores are just him expanding and purchasing and putting people that he trusts in those stores, and going through that same shoot. So by 1909, he has 6 stores. By 1912, he has 34 stores. And by 1917, he has 177 stores. These are Golden Rule stores. So in a period of less than 10 years, he's going from 2 stores, or actually exactly 10 years. In 1 decade, he's going from 2 stores to 177 different stores that he either has full or partial ownership in. Most of which he has full ownership in. By 1912, where he has 34 stores, he has done $2 million in sales, which in today, adjusted for inflation, is roughly $64.4 million in sales. And by 1917, he has done $14.9 million in sales, which in today's dollars is $4.8 billion in sales. Okay, we are approaching Titan level. We're not quite there yet though, boys. Right? Like he is in a decade, he has gone from a small shop owner to owning and managing 177 store chain, beginning to, and that is based upon his principles of a Christian or a Protestant work ethic, and a hard work and engaging fairly in trade with other people, and doing everything he can. He's not doing things to like be scrupulous in competition. He's not trying to knock out the competition. He's not trying to fuck anybody over. Almost all of these stores at this point are cash only because he doesn't want people to spend money that they don't have. So he was not accepting credit from banks because he wants to ensure that these people aren't spending above their means, because he's involved with the community. Every single one of these stores is managed by people that live in the community, and community members in many of these stores have partial ownership there, right? He's trained Protestant work ethic people to be good and then move to a community and then be a partial owner, right? Like a 1/3 owner in a store, and then live in that community. This is one of the best pieces of content this entire year. Good work, Scott. Keep up the good presentations. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. It's also the lowest viewed piece of content this entire year. Hopefully other people come and check it out later. I don't know what's going on. I guess it is that time of year. People are starting to move for the holiday season, but still, it is what it is. I'm not mad. I'm excited. I'm still excited for this stream. I still hope it gains some traction later. Moving on. March forward from tragedy. So Berta Penney dies December 26, 1910, day after Christmas. She was, he was out scoping new stores. She had gotten, sick. She eventually kind of like was on her deathbed. She died of natural causes, of course, but, it's still the turn of the century. Like, this kind of thing happens. And it was devastating to James Cash Penney. I mean, he was truly, truly in love with this woman. And he kind of had a toxic work relationship. Not that he was a bad person, but he didn't understand how to control himself from working too much. He didn't understand how to control himself from doing too much. He didn't have a healthy kind of like work-life balance, if you will. And so much of this growth that is amazing is also spurred on by the death of his wife, right? I mean, if you go back here, right, 1910, right, he's got like 12 stores, 13 stores. By 1917, he's got 177 stores. He was putting everything in his work because of the tragedy of losing his wife. Now, in 1913, he incorporates J.C. Penney. Now, it's J.C. Penney. Stores are called the Golden Rule My Pennies, right? Eventually, they become My Pennies. Eventually, it becomes J.C. Penney. And then long after he's dead, some idiot that they bring in called them JCP. He only lasted 1 hour as CEO, and then he was fired. But I don't really care. I don't want to talk about like modern stuff. We're here to talk about James Cash Penney, the man, the myth, the legend, the titan of commerce. But nevertheless, so he moved his office in 1914 to New York City, which is where around this time he begins to notice something, and he begins to understand that it's not just the small towns, right? That there is a ton of business opportunity and people in the cities, and that there are people moving to the cities, and that he needs to expand large retail stores in the cities. Obviously, you have places like Macy and stuff like that in New York, and you have Wharton, right? But like, you know, the name of the game for most retail business at this time is still, again, I'm going to bring it up again, and we'll talk about it again later, is this still, you know, the catalog industry and shipping things via train. But he understands when he moves to New York in 1914, he sees New York changing, and he knows, he's like, big cities across the country, this is what's happening. Like, people are moving to the cities, and I got to do something about it. And so he starts having these stores that are kind of the golden rule, but now they're JC, my pennies, that are these no cash small town stores. But he's also expanding into larger, big retail stores that are a little bit more like, you know, large corporate stores, and they're taking, you know, it's a different clientele, they're taking credit, etc. But he still has this feeling like, you know, these small town people, I don't really want to do credit and that stuff. But in like New York, in a giant retail store, it's a little bit different. The business is different. This is similar to Sam Walton's progression. He started with small rural stores and then moved into the cities with larger stores. Wait till the end, bitch. Wait till the end. Don't spoil it. All right? At the very end, we may or may not talk about Sam Walton. There may be some interesting things. Moving on. So it's here that he begins to kind of step down in his role as CEO, and instead moves to a board seat, a chairman on the board. He still has direct control, and he doesn't retire here, okay? James Cash Penney never retires. He never fucking stops working till the day he dies. It's very important to know that he is always involved in the business, but he recognizes that it's become that he wants to have a different position. He wants to be able to go and visit stores. He wants to be able to kind of not necessarily rest on his laurels, but put the day-to-day management and operation of like accountings and little fires put out so that he can focus on the goal of his business, right? So Earl Corder Sams, who is someone that he trained all the way from, you know, a regular old clerk into a manager, into someone that was a partial owner, eventually becomes the CEO of J.C. Penney. And Sams brings a kind of more measured, maybe not more measured, that's not the right way of putting it. He just brings a different perspective and different ideas. I don't want to say they're a little bit more realistic, but they are like, you know, James Cash Penney, sometimes his morals gets in the way of like simple shit, right? He's a little too humble. For example, you know, he didn't want to get rid of the golden rule. He fought the board after he put them forward, and the entire board voted to change the store to J.C. Penney, My Penny, and then very quickly J.C. Penney. He was the sole vote against changing it from the golden rule because he wanted to keep the store called the golden rule because he thought that it was an important aspect of the business and what its mission was and what it was like. You know, he felt in many ways that he was put on earth by God to build this business that would be able to help everyone and connect everyone and give, you know, cheap, good goods, or soft goods here, right? Cheap, high quality goods in an honest way, and to be able to help, you know, young, good, hardworking Christian men be able to, you know, pull themselves into the middle class and into business ownership. Like, that was always his part of his goal, to be a member of the community. So, I mean, here we have the penny idea adopted in 1913 that is like the mission statement of his business, right? Number one, to serve the public as nearly as we can to its complete satisfaction. Number two, to expect for the service we render a fair I can never say this fucking word. Why can I say it? Remuneration. I want to say remuneration, but it's remuneration. It's a fucking hard word to say. Try it. And not all of the profit the traffic will bear. So we're not here to maximize profit. We're here. I mean, he kind of is, right, by lowering prices, but really he's there not to like bleed people. We're not here to like price gouge in his way, right? But we're here to fulfill a service that's important to the community. To do all in our power to pack the customer's dollar full of value, quality, and satisfaction. To continue to train ourselves and our associates so that the service we give will be more and more intelligently performed. To improve constantly the human factor in our business. To reward men and women in our organization through participation in what the business produces. And lastly, to test our every policy, method, and act in this wise. Does it square with what is right and just? Right? Like the final thing is if it feels wrong, it's fucking wrong. Don't do it. No matter what it is. He's been prepping this series for over a year, so bits and pieces have slipped out over time. I mean, I've been prepping this series, not necessarily this specific one, but yeah. But this is the one that's leaked the most because it was the one I've always planned to do first. So again, Sam's is I don't know why, but most of his letters and things like that are like refer to him by his last name. Everybody's calling him Sam's and not Earl or Earl Sam's. But regardless, so I guess I'll continue. Sam's, he brought kind of like, he came in to manage the day-to-day operations, but of course he was just as hard of a worker, maybe not just as hard, but an incredibly hard worker and, very close with James Cash Penney as they worked kind of together. He was always, James Cash Penney, even though he had stepped down and was a part of the chair, he was deeply involved with the business, and they really didn't make any decisions without him. So it was kind of like a partnership, and he was a bit of a mentor in this. So he focused on things like branding. Again, I told you that story about how everybody voted except for J.C. Penney to change J.C. Penney. He kind of like worked on standardization of stores, especially the city-based retail stores, so that the layout was always the same if you went to one city or another. He worked on like cleaning stores, a bunch of different things. A lot of the day-to-day things that make a store feel better, feel cleaner, give you a remembered experience. Kind of like it's kind of boring shit, to be honest. All right, so the genius of retail and Robert E. Wood. Now, Robert E. Wood is a special person, and this is kind of a bit of a tangential story here. Robert E. Wood worked for Montgomery Ward. Now, remember how I said Montgomery Ward was one of the biggest competitors, along with Sears, to J.C. Penney later. They're kind of in two different business models early on. Now, J.C. Penney didn't get into the catalog business until 1963, but they were primarily catalog businesses, not retail stores. But in 1920, Robert E. Wood trekked. He was the vice chairman of Montgomery Ward. He worked on Montgomery. He was one of the head honchos of Montgomery Ward. And he saw the 1920 census results. And when he looked at the 1920 census results, he started looking into the other businesses, and he saw what James Cash Penney was beginning to do. And he understood a connection that James Cash Penney had already made. People are moving from the country into cities. The cities are becoming more and more populated. As indoor plumbing becomes more and more common, as it becomes easier to clean up streets, as industrialization continues further and further, and there becomes more and more specified jobs, as the economy goes and shifts from an agrarian economy into like a more niche labor market where the jobs and the industry and the opportunities are in the cities. Well, the catalog business is cheaper because it can take care of the problem of storing products, right? So like when you have a small town, right? It's expensive to keep and maintain products in your small town, right? It costs money. It costs space. It costs heating and electricity. It costs, potential loss of products over time. Anything that is taking up space on your shelf is costing you money. Okay. And because there is, because of this, and because there's like population is spread out throughout all of the country instead of condensed into areas, Sears, Roebuck and Company and Montgomery Ward, right? These people are in the business of utilizing trains and catalogs to say, yeah, you have a small little tiny store and then you have a catalog and then people, all the things that you need for day to day you get. But if you want a new chair or a couch or a dress or, all of these things that are like maybe impulse buys or things you wouldn't need or things you can wait on, you order through the catalog and it goes through this massive system and it goes there. But Robert E. Wood saw what James Cash Penney had already seen a few years before that, which is he saw the writing on the wall. People are not going to continue to stay this way. They're going to move into the cities. And if they move into the cities, it becomes obvious that the thing that you're doing with catalogs is not as valuable because people are not as spread out. What becomes more valuable is very large retail stores that can take advantage of large amount of population and can thus turn over items because they have a larger population coming in and buying things. So things aren't sitting on the shelf as long. And because things aren't sitting on the shelf as long, they're not costing money by being there. But the catalog system means that you have to wait for things. It's an inconvenience. It was only convenient because of the price difference, because of that problem. So he goes to Montgomery Ward and he's like, dude, we have to compete with Penny and we've got to compete and we got to get ahead of Sears. Well, they basically called him crazy. They refused. Montgomery Ward refused to get involved in this. Like they were like, dude, we already left the retail market. Like retail is such a dumb idea. Like we already used to do retail. You read some numbers on the census, so now you think the business is going to fundamentally change in terms of like products on shelves? Like that's dumb. Haha. So he quits and he goes and he works for Sears. In 1924, he leaves for Sears, Roebuck and Company as a retailer, and he starts to head up their retail market. And in 1929, 28, and 27, or 26, 28, and 29, Sam's and Penny are rejecting over and over again merge requests from Sears and Montgomery Ward. Because by 29, they realize that Penny is way ahead of them in this game. And they have to transition over to the retail market. And that they're never going to catch up, in theory. And so they're hoping to acquire all of, to merge these two businesses together and being like, look, we have all this transportation, we have all this catalog stuff, like our businesses together will be able to grow so much better. But like, James Cash Penney just doesn't like these businesses. He doesn't like the way they do business. He doesn't like the individuals and who they are. He doesn't believe in their company vision. And he also doesn't believe that it's going to help his company. And Sam's agrees that's going to help his company to have all of these like catalog things, because he already kind of saw before that like, nah, that's not where we're headed. That's not where it's at. Well, because of Robert E. Wood moving into Sears, Roebuck and Company, and establishing Sears as a retailer, well, I guess I'll ask you this question. How many of you people that are in America remember going to a Sears? How many of you remember going to a Montgomery Ward retail department store? Yes, Montgomery Ward established retail stores, but it never recovered. And by like the early 2000s, it mostly fell apart. It really was a competition between J.C. Penney and Sears. Montgomery Ward was a kind of a minor third player. How the fuck does there only two people? Everybody remembers going to Montgomery Ward? Piss off. All right, I guess there was. Regardless, they never recovered. Montgomery Ward was a bigger cataloger with more assets and more profit, more wealth than Sears, and Sears absolutely crushed the game. To borrow Little Bit's lie, absolutely crushed it later in being able to get into the retail market quick enough to be able to compete with J.C. Penney. So, after Sam's takes on his role as CEO, and James Cash Penney kind of steps back. All right, fair enough. All right, apparently more people remember Montgomery Ward than I thought. It's fair. All right, so after he begins to take his step, after he takes his step back, he kind of gets to do more of a visionary thing, more of kind of what he wants to do, but he doesn't retire. Of course, he's still involved, but now he has more time to do kind of like side projects and things that he's wanted to do. So in 1917, and this is kind of part of that transition, a doctor demanded that he needed to change his lifestyle, right? His physician was like, dude, you are literally killing yourself working too hard. You need to take a step back. You need to kind of like, go back out into like, just give yourself some fucking breathing room. You're taking on too much. And of course, remember his first wife had died. And because of his first wife's death, he had just shoved himself into his work. And so it was kind of a bit of a toxic relationship, right? Like he did not have a proper work-life balance. So one of the things that he does is he puts a farmstead in upstate New York. And there he engages in like, some agricultural stuff. He does some philanthropy work with local universities, very minor stuff. And he kind of like utilizes, he gets really into and works with, I think it's like Jim Dodge, or maybe Jim Dodge comes in. No, that's in Missouri. I apologize. But he gets involved with a few people in kind of like getting back to his roots, his agricultural roots. He's not there for very long. But he kind of has this, one of his many passions is the concept of, so at the time, breeding dairy cows specifically and breeding like meat cows, especially when we talk about A1 and A2 proteins, and dairy cows are kind of a different type of cow in the way that they're bred scientifically. And A1 proteins are kind of like, what you're getting from most of your dairy cows. And like you do have A2 proteins. Obviously it's a mixture. I'm getting nerdy into dairy cows. Just know that it was scientific, right? And breeding cows for milk production for a long time is a complicated process that requires a lot of research and a lot of science and a lot of time, and most importantly, a lot of money. And he was quoted saying, "If not for the man of means to do this, I do not know who possibly could." Right? Like he's like, look, governments aren't doing this. private farmers, etc., aren't doing this. I mean, some of them are, right? But he was very passionate about, we've got to increase production. We've got to, we have to feed more people. We need to, this is an important thing for farmers across the country, right? Like if we can get better cows, if we can get better technology as well, right, then like the people that are farmers, because remember, in his heart of hearts, he's always been a farmer, right? His father was a farmer, his father's father was a farmer, and his father's father's father was a farmer, as well as Baptist preachers. Like that is his kind of where his heart is. And so he wants to better farmers' lives. And part of that is by kind of wasting some of his own private money, but it's obviously not a waste because he's getting value out of it, but he's losing money in research and development of like better dairy production in a whole host of ways. I was just checking comments. So in this kind of agricultural situation in New York, he meets his second wife, Mary Hortense Kimball. They end up getting married. He falls in love, yada, yada, yada. He's up north. She kind of recognizes, and he recognizes that like, let's move south. And so he decides to move to Florida. He'd been to Florida multiple times. I mean, of course, he's been all over the country. But he really loved Florida. And he builds the Whitehaven Estate, which is a giant mansion on an island. Moves his family there. His his son and daughter from his first wife, and has a child with his second wife. And kind of just, he doesn't live out his days there. He goes, in between New York, going and checking on stores. He's still working as chairman. He's still working kind of as CEO. Kimball's had the better Santa, right? Unfortunately, on Valentine's Day 1923, his second wife dies within a few days. Now, nobody really knows what killed her. We don't really know what happened. We just know that on Valentine's Day she was complaining of some stomach pains, and that she very quickly and rapidly her health declined and she died of internal bleeding. I don't know. Maybe somebody poisoned her. Maybe she had a miscarriage of some kind. Maybe some other, hysterical drama. Nobody fucking knows what exactly happened. We just know she died very quickly, and very horribly. Bleeding internally, coughing up blood, in extreme pain for a few days, while he sat there and kind of watched her die. In a letter to a friend he had later written about how it changed his life when she died. Quote, "Her departure has impressed me with the necessity of living each day as if it were the last. Besides, it has brought me into a closer realization of the power of God. It has also made me feel as that I have not rendered the service to my fellow man that I should have, and from now on it shall be my endeavor to put forward a greater effort." So much like his first wife's death spurned him into his business, his second wife's death similarly did the same thing, but kind of renewed a vigor for his need for philanthropy and to help others, not just from the business domain, but in terms of helping kind of like the greater prospect of man. He established the HCSC, which is 1 year prior to her death, right? And it's called, it's honor, confidence. I put in instead of an apostrophe. Look at that typo. Service and cooperation in 1922. Now, this is a program that still exists today. Well, sort of, for J.C. Penney's employees that had worked for J.C. Penney's for, as of right now, it's 20 years, but at the time it was less, for 20 years, and whom like lose a spouse or fall into dire financial straits. It is essentially that some of their employees, it is a charity within the company that many people donate towards, to help people that just like, that were longtime employees of J.C. Penney that fall upon hard times so that they don't live poor and destitute. It's just one of many charitable things. So, following his wife's death, Valentine's Day, a few days after Valentine's Day in 23, part of the things that he does is he finds this place, which is over 200 square miles of farmland in northern Florida. And while most of northern Florida is kind of swampy and sucks, a lot of this is well-tilled, elevated farmland. So he purchases 200. So he kind of does a whim and just goes, "Oh, you're selling it. It had kind of fallen apart. The bank was trying to get rid of it." And he's like, whatever. Here's $400,000. Let me know if my bid works. And he didn't expect the bid to work, but started to get excited, and it did. So he purchases over 200 square miles. Now, he invests over $12 million of his own, which in today's dollars, I did the inflation rate based off of 1925. It was about $219 or let's say $220 million into this farmstead. Now, of course, some of that money went into restoring the nearby town, and it was renamed Penny Farms. And some of that went into a joint partnership with a Florida University, University of Florida, actually, with the Penny Gwynn Institute of Applied Agriculture. So he sets up these farms. He gives a bunch of money to the local college. And in the name of like science and in the name of improving agriculture, he has professors and students and kind of like he has all of these individuals at University of Florida come in and like be able to like teach and learn and bring in experts and grow kind of the science of agriculture, as well as, even though Penny Farms is his own personal finances, he is Penny Gwynn. And then that's funny, Penguin. Yeah, I never even noticed that or thought about that until just now. That's hilarious. So what he does is he puts forward these applications, and he puts them all across J.C. Penney's, and basically offers farms to people. Now, in order to do this farm, he essentially recreates sharecropping, which is kind of interesting. Right? And in order to do so, he would give you furnished homes. He would give you homes. He would give you farmland. And then he would kind of like go through this process where you would eventually own part of your farmland. But it wasn't designed to make a profit. It was pure charity. In order to qualify for it, you had to meet strict standards, as well as you had to be a devout Christian. And he wanted to make good Christian people be able to come and have farms and work in these kind of co-op, non-profit model co-ops to build farms and build a middle class and create, success, financial success in 1924 through 1926. And he pumped a lot of money. He started a farming commune to an extent. It's not so much a commune because he owns it. And he's not really looking to make a profit. He's making them part owners. So it's a co-op. He's making them part owners, but of course he's giving them the capacity to buy themselves out if they make that money. But he's taking people that are hard workers that he wants to transform. And then he's utilizing his kind of private property and his property and the fact that he is the actual owner, right? But he has all of these other people doing all of the work, right? Like he's basically, it's his land, it's his property, and he's basically giving a third of it to them so that they can come in and follow his rules. They have to follow certain rules in terms of their behavior. They can't be drinkers. He forces them into these things as part of the contract. But of course gives him again, this one-third model ownership kind of practice, as opposed to most sharecropping and things like that, they would get like the shitty part, and they would get like a small part of land that they were allowed to grow their own crops instead of like a business partnership. Moving on. Within Penny Farms, he also builds the Memorial Home Community. So he builds this kind of small town centered around this church that is a community for elderly who had devoted their life to God. Now, what does that mean? Most of these people are people who were married to like a preacher, right? And then their husband died. And these were like Baptist preachers or, who had never been paid to be a preacher because that was still the kind of the rule of most of the churches at the time. And instead, had been like farmers, and like these were people that were on hard times. And so he wanted to make sure that these people who had devoted their lives to God could kind of retire in peace, that they could live out their life without, being poor and destitute by virtue of circumstance. And so he put up $2 million of his own funds to help build this place. Again, was this it was like $20 million, right? And I forgot to do the inflation calculator, so I had to flip back and maybe like 19 million. This is slightly later. So he puts forward this. I mean, he hired like, these are like modern homes in Florida. These are like, he hired modern architecture. It's like some like Nordic model or something. I don't really quite understand it because I'm not an architect guy, right? But he, was centered around the church. He had to follow his rules, but he furnished all of these places. All you had to do was bring your own linens, and you had to bring your own dishes, right? You had to bring your own toiletries, etc. And you had to pay for, your food and all of those things. But he paid all rent and all utilities, right? So, he was, for these people, these were a lot of devout Christians that had fallen on hard times. Most of them were elderly women who had lost their husbands, who were Baptist preachers. And he basically created this small town within this greater farming kind of Christian co-op thing that he had, where he was a partial owner of. That's important. He personally paid all of the rent and all of the utilities and set this up completely on his own finances. Obviously, Penney Farms and the farms were a little bit different, right? These are business partnerships in agriculture where he invested a ton of money, but nevertheless, like they are, they're not dependent upon his pay in order to survive or anything. So, well, as we all know, I don't think you have to be a great student of history to know about the Great Depression occurring in 1929. And so like the Depression changes a lot of things. So first and foremost, in 1926, he married his final wife, whom he was with until his death in is it 73? I don't know why I keep forgetting. It's 73 or 71. He was with until the end of his life at 95. Now, I already mentioned that part about memorial home commitments. So Penney Farms there were signs of the Depression before the market crash. Penney Farms starts to have a few issues, right? It doesn't quite grow at the rate that it was in the beginning, and some people actually end up leaving and not necessarily abandoning, but like buying out and getting out of the co-op in some degrees. Now, he borrowed millions of dollars on his stock and assets in James C. Penney to kind of pump money into this farming community. He also bought out and owned City National Bank of Miami, and he guaranteed depositors' funds. So this is in 26 or 27. He is guaranteeing depositors' funds that even if like there's a run on the banks, that he'll pay off their funds. And he utilizes both of these loans that are based off of his stock as well as some of his assets, and the banking system to utilize, basically to set up individuals that come into Penney Farms. He's like giving them the kind of the loans himself, and setting it up so that these people can hit the ground running and have modern farming. He sold the farm. Well, the worst thing that James Cash Penney ever did is he decided to incorporate J.C. Penney on October 23rd, 1929. That was when he was going to sell off all of his, that was when he was going to make the company public and allow for them to purchase stock in J.C. Penney. He did that 6 days before the market crash. So 6 days before the market crash, he goes public and, gains all of the, the investment funds based off of stock valuation 6 fucking days before the market collapses. That sucks. It's just horribly bad luck, right? He has over leveraged himself and in the worst possible ways, right up to, leading up to leverage himself even further to invest in penny farms and in some of these philanthropic events, as well as buying new stores, right? It wasn't all for his pet projects. Now, what happens? Because of the stock market crash in 1929 and then putting that forward 6 days before, he lost $40 million in his own personal wealth, which is $739 million in today's wealth. He lost $3.5 million in guaranteed bank loans because he had purchased and owned and operated a bank where he had guaranteed via contract people's money in the weird, unlikelihood that there would be a run on the banks. So he lost, which is $65 million in today's dollars. He had guaranteed rent and utilities and certain payments and loans that were associated with the Memorial Homes project, where he was bringing in people that were, that had hit dire straits, and the preachers' wives, etc. Good Christian community that he built, and so that is $7 million then, or $130 million in today's money, and then in personal loans that he had taken out for other business interests and investments, about $3 million that he had done on his own personal wealth, which comes out to about $56 million in today's wealth. All in all, he lost roughly $53 million, or $990 million, roughly $1 billion in losses very quickly as soon as the market crashed. He went from being a billionaire to a millionaire very quickly. Now, Penney, I don't know if you remember this from the beginning of the stream, beginning of the presentation, or if you are coming in later, but Penney thought that bankruptcy was a moral evil. He believed that bankruptcy was a form of theft, that if you just simply write off saying you can't pay it, that you are not a man of your word, and that this is a form of theft from the people that you promised money and assets to. So throughout the entire collapse of this and loss of wealth, James Cash Penney refused to, Anson, that's fair. That is fair. But I mean, he got greedy. He got greedy with philanthropic means. I went from billionaire to millionaire without getting divorced. Oof. Yeah. So throughout the entirety of re-bringing back J.C. Penney, he never filed bankruptcy. He sold his estate he sold Whitehaven, which was like the first thing he sold because it reminded him of his dead wife anyways. He sold his estate. He sold off a ton of assets. He kind of sold off portions of the co-op in Penney Farms and much of the land of Penney Farms, though he kept some of it, and made sure he took care of, people that weren't capable of being bought out or buying out their portions in Penney Farms, right? But the people that had the means, to secure situations, he was able to do that. He even took out more loans, leveraged more debt, to keep payroll going on his own life insurance policies. But he fought like hell. he sold. He went back to working on the grind and doing everything they could to bring the company back, restructuring, and coming forward with with a new renewed vigor in terms of the business. He also fell into depression. It is also important to note that James Cash Penney refused to take a income up until this point. He later takes one, but he never took an income from the business, right? So he never pulled from the business a personal income. He just pulled his own wealth and shares and stock, right? Which kind of becomes slightly important later, but it's fine. So one of the things that did survive was Foremost Dairy. Foremost Dairy kept fighting, restructured in 1931. He fought hard, moving money around, managing assets around, and fought to bring Foremost Dairy into a large business. Now, this is his own kind of business holdings. This isn't J.C. Penney business holdings, right? So this is separate from the business, but of course, talking, about the man. Eventually it expanded into 22 states, Hawaii, Guam, and is actually, weirdly enough, was and is still a big company in Okinawa, Japan. By 1953, this company had $160 million in sales, which in today's dollars, in that 1 year alone, is $1.9 billion in sales. This was, of course, a co-op that is partially owned by him. It's essentially 2/3 his, 1/3 his in certain areas. And then it came together. He worked with, so another guy owns 1/3 of it. And then there are other people that are involved in partial ownership. It's complicated. Just know that this was part of rebuilding his wealth, was the dairy market, because he had invested so much research and in breeding. They had a distinct advantage in milk production and the price of milk, because of all of the investment that he had put in, that allowed him to sell milk in in the southern United States cheaper and better quality, and in higher than anybody else, and kind of beat out the competitors. Eventually they were acquired by Dean Foods Company, and then antitrust laws broke them up in 2011. So they really don't exist as a company. They're part of what was Foremost Dairy, exists in Japan, and exists in a couple other places, I think in California. Most of it was consumed by Dean Foods Company, and then of course, because of antitrust laws, broken apart. So that company's just kind of gone now, but it was a big deal in the 30s and 40s and 50s. And it was part of his survival and his ability to get forward. Now, Penney also kind of went a little crazy. All right. Everything that he was fighting for had to be fought even harder and salvaged. He lost kind of everything. He didn't even have a personal income, and he was doing everything he could to hold on to the philanthropic things that he could, whilst at the same time ensure that, none of his business dealings failed. And he was very good at it. Don't get me wrong. But he was also very depressed. It is called the Great Depression for a reason. So between 1929 and 1931, James Cash Penney went on a personal journey alone, away from his wife, who's living in, I believe, New York at the time. And he's writing letters, etc. And what he is doing is he is going across store to store to store. And he's got hardly any money in his pocket. And he is keeping himself clean, and he is going to managers and partial owners. At this point, many of the stores had shifted into just managers, right? So a majority of the stores are just J.C. Penney's. They're not co-op stores, but there's still plenty of them that are co-op stores. So he's going from store to store, looking at what's going on in the store, giving them business advice, teaching them, things that he's learned, looking at the situation on the ground and writing to the CEO and to other people, explaining unique problems in unique areas, talking to customers. And he's basically living and surviving by living in people's homes and off of home cooked meals, going from store to store to store. James Cash Penney is showing up to people that are the manager and being like, you want to keep your job? I mean, he's not threatening him. He's actually a very lovable guy, but he's like, hey, I'm James Cash Penney. You know that store you manage? It's me. Let's fix shit. And he's devoting every hour, every minute, every thought into bringing J.C. Penney back from the failures of the Great Depression. And it works. I mean, he in a short period of time, you know, they lose very few stores, and despite his own personal debts and much of the debts of the company, they boom back. However, in 1931, he kind of gets forced to go to a doctor. He's basically on his deathbed. He has almost worked himself to death. He is gaunt. He is sick. He is like coughing up a lung. The doctors basically, they don't commit him against his will per se, but they damn near do. He's also got a horrible case of shingles, and he's worried because he knows that he can't pay for the hospital visit at Kellogg Sanitarium. It's a fairly famous hospital, to be fair, and very expensive care. But you know, against his best wishes, he goes. And he kind of hears a church, he has a religious experience, a spiritual experience in this sanitarium. He prays to God, and he believes that God answers his prayers. And he has what most of the doctors consider to be a miraculous kind of recovery. They release him with a full bill of health as perfectly healthy and fine after 6 days. Like he kicks his shingles all the way out. He gains weight. He returns to his figure. He returns his muscle mass. Like he just recovers immensely and super quickly with like a renewed faith in God and with a renewed vision and desire to, dubious at best, fair enough. And with a renewed vigor, and I mean, he lived to be 95, to be fair. With a renewed vigor, a renewed faith in God, a renewed, kind of focus on fixing his store, but also in his vision of philanthropy. Now, also, as soon as he gets done with this whole situation, some of his friends on the board figure out what happened. And they're like, what do you mean you're in a fucking sanitarium in like Michigan? Like, what's going on? And he had kind of kept most of his financial situation from them. And like, they were like, dude, you're fucking James Cash Penney. Your word is gold. Like, you have almost pulled yourself out of all of this. You never filed bankruptcy. Like, so they basically, they do dealings to like give him some of his shares back in return for like, they do business dealings on like handshakes and like kind of bring him back up and help him in his time of like, financial need. And to his credit, he becomes extremely wealthy all over again due to his hard work. And, and meanwhile, like, he's traveling, like the board is handling day-to-day fires and trying to recover from the depression. But like, he's the boots on the ground fixing every individual store and community, like one store at a time. And apparently it's incredibly well, right? Like, he doesn't just go and show his face. Like, he goes and solves multiple problems. And like, every store he visits to has a turnaround in terms of sales and profits. Like, he's literally fixing every store because he's like an autistic spiritual warrior of God genius that is ready to be a titan of commerce all over again. So once these things kind of correct themselves, once we're pulled out, once J.C. Penney becomes, a booming and successful business again, similar to how Musk manages, he has direct line of communication to very low levels in his companies. Yeah. So he learns some lessons from Penney Farms. A lot of Penney Farms goes up in smoke. He, he maintains some of the dairy things, etc. But he also he goes home. He repairs his own homestead, his own farm, and repairs that. And then he also goes and he has like these 15 large farms. I think 10 of them are in Missouri, 5 of them are in other areas of the Midwest and the country. Now he goes to these places. So first off, he fixes his own home, and he does end up, he's kind of reunited, if you will, with his wife. His wife and kids are dragged along. He teaches them about agriculture. He teaches them about business, and of course he's still going to New York. He's still going to the Utah office. I believe it's Utah. Is it Utah or is it Arizona? I can't remember. He goes to there's multiple corporate offices. He's going to corporate offices. He's checking in. He's doing tons of stuff. He also gets involved in breeding operations with Jimmy Dodge, who's a business partner in breeding cattle, breeding Angus seed stock, so that and again, in inviting scientists and, working with agricultural colleges and universities to make, at one point in time, he was top 4 in the nation in terms of his cattle. He had he had multiple presidents coming and purchasing his seed stock. He was making the best Angus cattle and the best dairy cattle in America at the very least. OTC for Kennedy. Yeah. So, the next thing that he does, it's one of those states with 50 people who are all related and breeding together. Oh God. So the next thing that he does is when he grabs these farms, one of the things that he does is he secretly investigates farmers that are tenant farmers on the land. Okay? So he starts investigating tenant farmers on the land. And he uses his business contacts and maybe not looks through their records, talks to people, etc. And he finds the people that meet his requirements. And his requirements are they're very strict, right? You need to be hardworking, industrious people. You need to be Christians in good standing with your community and church. And just, you need to be those are basically it, right? Good moral Christians that are very, very hardworking. And so what he does is he acquires farms, these large farms, and then he shows up at these people's doors and he goes, hey, should we as libertarians give a shit what religion you are? Dude, I'm not, this is his story, not mine, right? These are the people that did great things, right? I don't care, but that's his values, making the world a better place via his values. So what he does is he shows up at these people's doors. And he goes, hi, I'm James Cash Penney, the famous billionaire. And it's, multimillionaire here. But in today's dollars, the famous billionaire, titan of commerce and industry. And I've just purchased your farm and I've gone through all of your records. And so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you this big ass loan. This is my, I'm sorry, not big ass loan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to modernize your farm. I'm going to bring in new technology. I'm going to bring in things like, the capacity for safer testing, better equipment, better barns that have electricity and heat, right? Things of that nature. Bring in clean plumbing, irrigation systems, right? I'm going to spend a fuck ton of money to modernize your farm. You're going to be a 1/3 farmer. So this is all philanthropic work. You now own 1/3 of said farm, but in order to do so, you must, number one, the wife was meant to keep meticulous records. So I didn't consent to you buying my farm. No. These were tenant farmers. They never owned the farm to begin with. Right? They were farming on someone else's land for someone else. Then he would purchase that land and then go to the tenant farmers that were already good Christians and hard workers and good standing and say, hey, listen, your wife is going to keep meticulous records and you are going to work your ass off and stay in good standing, but you will be a 1/3 owner of this land now. And so that's what he did all across Missouri, and in many different places, there are tons of small farmers in the Midwest that are family farms from him. I mean, he had dozens of people in like each of these little small farm plots that fit his standards. So we're talking about hundreds of families. And despite there being hundreds of families, he worked on these farms. He worked with them. At one point in time, people from his hoity-toity, grown-up wealthy family would complain about, getting dirty or like the smell of a farm and manure. And his response, apparently, he would always say the same thing and would just say, "Don't worry, that's the smell of money." Right? Like, you smell shit, you smell farms, you smell all this. Don't worry, that's the smell of money. And that's all he would say, and just keep on working. He was not afraid to get his hands dirty, even as he was elderly and older. And on top of that, he always visited these tenant farmers at least twice a year. And at least once a year, he made sure that he stayed with them, that he ate their cooking, that he ate their dinner. He heard their stories. He heard about their life. He, heard about their concerns, and, as business partners, in this regard. And to the point where there was more than one person actually named their own child after him, because of their loving relationship. One of whom, their child's child was partially named after him, and they were a fairly large and successful farm out in was it Missouri, or was it one of the? I think it's in Missouri. That's where most of them are, anyways. So it's the best guess, anyways. Again, he funded agricultural research facilities and multiple universities. He donated millions, cattle, land, visits. It wasn't just about him making the land better and more productive and bringing tenant farmers who were struggling but deserved a leg up, as far as he felt, into like middle-class farmers that own their own land and made the land productive. But it was also about making everyone that was a farmer in America that made our food better, because he had the financial means to invest in research and in agricultural schools, so that people could go to college to like learn, the research science of how to farm, how to irrigate, how to breed, what things make cows produce more, what things are healthier and safer, etc. Right? Like James Cash Penney, the owner of J.C. Penney, is probably one of the people, once you tally up everything that he has done, that has had the largest effect in agriculture in America, in terms of cattle and dairy especially, than anybody else in all of American history. And this is purely how he just did it himself off of his own philanthropic goals. This is how private charity is better than government spending. Oh, fuck yeah. So, we come to the end. And it's not a good story. It doesn't have a good ending. There's a few cool things here at the end. One of them is Sam Walton, yes. He inspired and met a young management trainee with his business model in Des Moines, Iowa, teaching him how to tie ribbons and explaining the success of retail where people are. What do I mean by this? He spoke at length. Well, for a while, he did two things. He taught Sam Walton how to tie a ribbon around a gift package. And Sam Walton asked him, as he was a young management trainee before he went to college and before he went to World War II, speaking with him as he visited the store about what was part of his big success. And it is rumored, we don't know for a fact, but it is rumored that this may, and it's probably one of those urban myths that probably didn't happen. It's mentioned and hinted at in Sam Walton's autobiography, but it's more probably urban legend than anything else. But it's rumored that he spoke with Sam Walton and told him about how he understood how population change moved and how people were moving into the cities. And that he knew that was the great thing that allowed him to launch his small, his business that was growing from small towns into the retail giant that it was, seeing before anyone else that people had moved in. Remember, Robert E. Woods saw this in the 1920 census, but it was in 1914, where he was established in New York, that he saw it personally. He kind of vibed it before the census data showed it. And many people in business, there's kind of like, again, that urban legend, believe that Sam Walton took that to heart in consideration, and following World War II, realized that the exact same thing was happening with suburbs, and decided that he was going to do the same thing that James Cash Penney had done with the retail industry before anybody else. He was going to do with grocery stores that also had other goods available to them in the suburbs, where there was a large amount of space and where rent was relatively cheap. Because think about it, as people left the cities to go into the suburbs after World War II and the baby boomer generation, right? There's all this space out in the suburbs, but there's also a large amount of population. So in the same way that space was the issue that made cataloging and the railroads and trains more effective than small retail stores, and it was space that was the issue of once people moved into the cities, that no longer was an issue that allowed the retail store chains to exist. It was the same thing with Sam Walton and with Walmart, to recognize that we can build giant fucking grocery stores with all kinds of shit in them because we have tons of space that's relatively cheap, and yet we have a large amount of population. We can defeat Piggly Wiggly's because we have more goods than Piggly Wiggly has, and it's not really costing us more money anymore because we've moved into the suburban outfit, and we don't need to worry about or stress about until much, much, much later moving into the cities. %. Moving on, as Anson Knowles says, forgetting that aspect of why of retail has led to multiple failures and bankruptcy over the years since James Cash Penney's death. James Cash Penney doesn't run things anymore. He doesn't, obviously he's dead. But I mean, like, without him at the helm, and after his death, the board very quickly went from individuals during his lifetime and for like 20 years after his death. Sorry, I don't know why I said very quickly. But the individuals that were there on the old guard were CEOs that stuck around for a long time. As the old guard kind of started to die off and leave, the individuals that were left, the kind of the young up and coming people, they constantly changed CEOs. They weren't able to adapt to the situation. They weren't able to adapt to changing demographics. They tried rebrands. They tried many things, and they consistently failed because they completely left James Cash Penney's vision. His vision was to understand the community and what the community's needs were and to meet those needs. His vision was also understanding demographic and meeting the people where they are. I would think that if James Cash Penney were around in his prime today, he would have known that the internet should have been deeply invested in because he would have seen so much. He would have known that this is where the people are going. He wouldn't have tried to marry himself to retail store physical locations and, crappy outlet malls and, rude customers and all of the things that kind of fell apart when his vision, his philosophy fell away. James Cash Penney was one of the richest men to ever exist in America twice. Not once, twice. And he did this through hard work and Christian ethics and doing everything he could to bring people out of poverty that he believed had the right morals and the right work ethic that deserved a leg up because of their morals and because of their work ethic, not because of some dumb thing that we, some socialist cause of, these people need it because they're suffering. James Cash Penney didn't give you something because you were suffering. He gave you everything because you were worth it. And he knew that you were going to make him rich. And he knew that you were going to make yourself rich. And he knew that we were going to spread that wealth in a moral way that helped more people. Yes, he had failures and setbacks, from dead wives to, the Great Depression, to penny farms, and towards ideas that didn't work out, but he never stopped fighting. And when he hit fucking rock bottom, he grabbed the shirt on his back and his own shoes and no salary, and he went store to store to store as an old fucking man, fixing every single one of them so that those stores aligned with what our community needed. He understood the most basic tenet of capitalism, which is that if you follow the golden rule, if you give people what it is that they value, and you are honest and you treat them with respect and you give them a fair trade of quality goods and quality service, they will leave happier and healthier, and your company will grow and prosper. It was a means of taking his own will and his own values that were great values and forcing them into the world, into fucking holes that wouldn't fit. In 1999, the J.C. Penney Foundation, which was the philanthropic arm of his fortune, of his wealth, was split. Part of it going into J.C. Penney, the company, and the other part going into and managed by the family. Carol Penny Geyer became the management of the fortune that was left down and accruing wealth and interest. And her children, which includes her daughter-in-law, her son, and her son and daughter and daughter-in-law, they now run the Penny Foundation. The Penny Foundation is mostly just investments in and charity work to kind of maintain their own wealth as a philanthropic charity. It currently focuses on racial, environmental, and economic justice. They have gotten large grants to do work for socialist resistance movements, and large grants that they got for COVID during the COVID lockdowns. It is, in many ways, if you look into it, you will find that it is a money laundering scheme to keep the wealthy, to get leftists elected, to build and support socialist, anti-capitalist causes, all while maintaining their own wealth and influence behind the scenes. The legacy of J.C. Penney is murdered by his own family and murdered by the incompetence of the men and women who came to run J.C. Penney, the store, after him. Even his farming co-ops have been gobbled up in Penny Farms, by Dole Food Company, and then broken apart by the state because they were doing too well. And by breaking them apart by the state, they lost much of their co-op status and vision. So, you have some in Japan, some in California, some elsewhere. The only true legacy that exists of all of the hard work and effort that James Cash Penney put into during his life is the farmers in Missouri and in other homestead places that they are family farms that have almost all of which have been remarkably successful. There are many large farming communities, family farms that still exist to this day. And looking at the United Kingdom and looking at some of the conversations that I had recently, even with, Econoboy and others, and the way that the UK and others seem to be cheering on massive inheritance and wealth taxes to target what they consider to be wealthy farmers who are asset rich but cash poor. I do not know that even that will last very much longer. If we continue to head down this path, we will likely destroy the farms as they are gobbled up by large corporate corrupt industries that want regulation and rules that favor them and destroy small farmers and destroy agrarian communities at the altar of taxation and regulation, so that they can have massive farms that don't follow any of his ethics. It is unfortunate, and it is one of the reasons it is in this first installment, as I stated, in this first installment of Heroes of Capitalism, when I read you the intro, I want you to know that socialism has spread as a disease, as a rot, and it has been the history of which has been buried. We are supposed to look at the Gilded Age billionaires in today's money as thieves and robber barons and as evil people. And it is these, modern companies with their DEI, socialist environmental justice programs that are the true good guys. And while conservatives are waking up to the latter, they have yet to wake up to the former. So many of these people that they think of as like bad guys that were scrupulous, greedy, money bag people are actually people that created great things. And over time, many of these people's wealth and accomplishments have been squandered by lies and socialism and universities that continuously poison the well of history. But you can't take away what he accomplished, like Watch said. You can't take away his story, and you can't take away the knowledge of what a moral, hard-working man can accomplish. If you have true morals and you don't give because you are told to sacrifice, but you give because you value what you see in others, and if you fight like hell, you can fucking overcome half of your siblings dead, your father dying of TB, you catching diseases, moving to remote areas, scrounging, failing a business, moving into a new business, restructuring yourself, growing your business, working your ass off, sleeping in a fucking attic with a wood burner with your wife and child, fighting and fighting and fighting until you grow that business in a decade from fucking 2 stores, 6 stores, depending on where you start the timeline, into 177 stores, all matching your value. You can then move, you can see ahead because you are keyed in, you are competent, you are focused on what matters, and you can embrace your vision to make other people better. You can start giant works of philanthropic means to aid those, not because you sacrifice, but because they are worthy of your aid and they bring value. You can lose fucking everything with your wife, your second wife dying randomly, and lose every bit of your wealth and almost every dollar to your name and your company on the brink of collapse. And again, fight with fucking the shoes, with just your shoes, your goodwill, and your work ethic until you almost die and get put into a hospital. And still you fight and you pray and you realign and you refocus and you build it all over again, and you become one of the richest men in America, not once, but twice. Simply working hard, sticking to your morals. And with all of that, not only do you change the game, not only do you become exceedingly wealthy, not only do you pull so many people out of poverty in small mining towns and into management and into the middle class and into being entrepreneurs. But you also do the same thing with farms, and you revolutionize and change agriculture in America. That's what you can accomplish. And again, they squandered it. But James Cash Penney, oh my God, it says James. Hilarious. James Cash Penney is the first installment of Heroes of Capitalism. These are unsung heroes that we have lied about, we have maligned, and who have stories that need to be told and remembered, so that not only can we talk about the lies and bullshit that socialists tell, but you cannot be a libertarian, you cannot be a Republican, you cannot be a fiscal conservative, you cannot be a market capitalist and only have subversion against the left. You need something to look back on, and you need something to aspire to. And these are heroes that achieved great things. And so they ought be heroes. We ought aspire to revitalize and become again what these people were, that took America from being a backwater place fighting useless wars and then fighting itself into being a world superpower. That's what these people did. They brought us up to that point. And we have remained stagnant since, because we have lost a vision of what we are to fight for, not just what we are to run away from. I love you guys. I'm so happy to be able to do this. There wasn't a lot of people in this stream, which is really weird. Low number stream, but that's okay, because hopefully, more people will watch this later. And of course, I'll do more in the future. Not right away. If you want something similar to this, come hell or high water, Wednesday, I'm going to kind of redo. If you're an old viewer, you might remember it. But I'm going to redo the presentation on Thanksgiving, the true history of Thanksgiving, talking about why we should celebrate Thanksgiving, talking about what it meant originally, what it meant historically. Who are the Wampanoag, right? Like, who are the Indians that we actually made treaties with? Have we been lied to about the way that natives and American colonists treated each other? Spoiler alert, fucking yes. And so that we'll be doing that Wednesday. I plan on doing more videos in this series, or at least more streams. But we'll see how people respond to it. Of the people that were here, you guys seem to like it. Yes, Indians, fuck off. Indians don't mind being called Indians. I'm from Portugal, and my country was and is being destroyed by socialists. The future only gets worse, but the fight must continue for a return to Christian ethics. I'm an atheist. Just throwing that out there. But, I don't have any special hate for Christians. Casino owners, First Peoples. I don't know. I'm not sure who I'm probably going to do. Ray Kroc is on my list. Sam Walton is on my list. Calvin Coolidge is on my list. John D. Rockefeller is on my list. One of the ones that I need to do a lot more research for. One of the ones that I need to do a lot more research on is George Pullman. George Pullman has been very difficult to research. Of anybody that has been lied about more, no one has been lied about more than George Pullman. Nikola Tesla isn't a hero of capitalism. He's just a cool dude that did cool shit. Yeah, because of the Pullman riots and because of, him, utilization of the railroad industry and, Grover Cleveland utilizing mail so that he could send in the National Guard to stop strikes, etc. And because of him losing his Supreme Court case, the history books have been extremely mean to George Pullman. And that's one of those ones where I really want to know what the fuck I'm talking about before I do it. I can guarantee you I will do George Pullman, but also I don't want to I'm not gonna I can't half-ass that one. B. Coolidge does almost nothing. Best president ever. He does a lot more than nothing, bro. He wrangled in and threatened Congress when they were engaged in market and money manipulation of silver industry and coinage. Like he forced politicians to fucking with massive government corruption charges and going after them if they didn't get their shit together and restore the solvency and the strength of the US dollar. People talk about Calvin Coolidge like he did nothing because he let the market correct itself with a stock market crash. But if you learn more about if you learn more about Calvin Coolidge, you'll realize that he was actually a hardworking. Well, that's why that's one of the ones I got to talk about Calvin Coolidge, right? It's like the history books have been pretty fucked up about him. About Garfield, he wasn't president for very long. But I love you guys. Consider becoming a member if you wish to donate to the channel. It's only $4. But more importantly, if you don't want to give any money, I totally understand. Like the stream, subscribe, click on the notification bell. Sorry. If you want to be guaranteed to get notifications, join the Discord. I'm in the Discord every day. You can talk to me. You can DM me shit. We can hang out, share memes, occasionally watch, dumb movies and stuff if people are on. If you want to follow me on Twitter, link is also in the description. And it's also been in the comments all fucking night. It's right there. Be toxic. I think I need 2 Twitter followers to get my, one Twitter follower to get my backup account over 1,000 followers. Cause I had 1,700 and then I had to start all over again. We'll just leave it at that. So go ahead and, do that if you want. And I hope to see you guys. I don't have the kids this weekend, so barring something happening, I'll probably do a Sunday fun day stream. And we'll just hang out, bullshit, do AMAs, and play some video games and just chill. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I deeply appreciate you guys. Spread the word. And of course, if you're in the Discord, and you find funny clips and you want to make a clip, please put clips in the stream clips. And then, if they're good or they're funny or entertaining or, hell, even if they're embarrassing for me, if they look entertaining, I'll take them and I'll turn them into YouTube shorts. I'll make YouTube shorts, and then hopefully those shorts will go out to a wider audience, and we can gain more people coming in. So I love you guys so much. I was really excited to do this. I hope more people get to see it. Please share this stream, because I put a lot of work and effort specifically into the second half of this stream, and so I hope some people get to see it and see the presentation. And of course, once I make the second one, then just share the you can share the oh my god, the list, the videos that are group playlist. Fuck, Jesus. Can we have Heroes of Socialism too? Yes, it will be a very quick video, and the video will just be me laughing maniacally at their gravestones or pictures of them dead. We'll do a quick 2-minute video. It'll just be me pulling up Marx's grave, and then a picture of the fact that you have to pay to see Marx's grave, and then me just going, Heroes of Socialism video done. All right, boys, I'm getting out of here. See you on Discord. See you on Twitter. I'll probably be back Sunday, like I said, barring anything happening. But I'll be on Discord all weekend. So, deuces.